said were younger than he, and they all looked the same. They leave at the end of the third show, go home to talk with the fun. Isn't it nice, the parents would say, isn't it nice, you've got someone to idolize. He must be twice his size. I think it's great that you're going through a phase. I'm awfully glad it will all be over in a couple of days. The calendar changed, the pages fell off, but the singer remained the same. He never grew tired of singing that song, and the fans still called his name. They leave at the end of the second show, go home to talk of the fun. But most of the fans were married by then, and they had to be in by one. Is the loneliest town but you ever. Not good can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest town. It's a number one. Nice, the husbands would say, isn't it nice, you've got someone to idolize, someone who's happy size. I think it's great that you still remember his name. I'm sure if he knew you were there at the show, he'd be awfully glad that you came. The time has come, the war is set, to speak of other things, like a fallen star who still works in a bar where yesterday is king. The fans that stayed for an hour or so, they still remember his fame. But the time has come, the war is set, to call your fans by name. I'm by the Sally Garden, my love and I could meet. We passed the Sally Garden, she with her soul and feet. She will take love easy as the grass grows on the green. But I've been foolish with her with my brain. In a field down by the river, my love and I can stand. And on the shore life is as the leaf rolls on. But I've been foolish and not afraid. I'm by the side my love and not only we passed the silent garden. She with her snow white feet. We take a ride and it goes on the way. I give you all I can no more, the worthy of me. My heart is a drugstore that I can give to thee. A Lucius Jackson's song reveals the soul in love through. And beg for a heart that feels much more than lute can tell. Some may fail alas to keep life's clouds away. At least 'twill make them bright and past, or build them if they stay. And even if care at moments flings a discord o'er life's happy train, oh, let love but gently touch the strings, 'twill all be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch the strings, 'twill all be sweet again. Well, friends, how many times did we? Well, I left the music and come to the talking to comment on that line. Let love but gently touch the strings, 'twill all be sweet again. I'm certain of it. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Within this experience that we're having, this challenge, this test for all of us, love wins the day. What love means to one, as opposed to what love means to another, it's a different matter. What love means to all, well, I think we understand it here. We can understand it down here, though, and that's because, well, ultimately, all of us is one thing pulled apart, but that's a different matter. Yeah, let me just, I told you I'd be back, so let me just get a little drink and say welcome before I do that. And thanks for listening to the songs. I hope they came across okay. I rarely, if ever, as I always say, listen back to the Hangouts because I'm here, right? So, and I know what I sound like in general, and I'm not sort of critical of what I do. And if I was critical, I would just know that, well, I'll just sing it a little bit differently next time, or etc. When it comes to what I have to say, well, I have to stand over everything I have to say, right? Ultimately, I'm here talking to myself, but it should be interesting night tonight. We're on sort of free time. We're on free time. I left it last night with 5 minutes, 5 minutes to count down. T minus 5 minutes, and one of the terms, I guess, is if you start up a Hangout, which you have 20 hours a month with StreamYard, and then you have to start paying. But if you start a Hangout at whatever, anything below 20 hours, I should say, 20 hours a month, and anywhere below that. From the second, you remember I started talking about that last night with the cesium clock. You were trying to squeeze the most out of it. You know, the very last micro pico, Deco. What's actually a Google is now a term, isn't it? It's a term for 10 to the power of whatever, maybe. If you're going to tell me it's 10 to the power of 33, I'd laugh at you, but I wouldn't think so. It'd be too obvious. But yeah, 10 to a massive power. So there's an equivalent mirror term for 10 to the mountain. It's 1 over 10 to the power of 33, for instance. So that sort of infinitesimal demarcation. Anyway, so I ended the show last night with 5 minutes to spare, and I started the show tonight with 5 minutes to spare. And the great thing is I can go on indefinitely. I think actually StreamYard goes on for 8 hours. I won't be doing that. Not 8 hours, more than that, 10 hours. But I won't be doing that. But it's great to know that there's no restrictions now. So you're just here with Peach in Limerick, a beautiful day in Limerick City here in Ireland. Absolutely beautiful day, and I had a great day myself. I would say great day. I mean, everything needs sort of clarifying, explaining, contextualizing. But I was in Buskingham today, and some great experiences, honestly. They sort of make your heart melt in a sense, and especially a very quiet day in Limerick. But I'll get into some of that later on. In the meantime, let me just wish you all well, and hopefully we're in for an interesting show. It will be a collective effort tonight. I'll put the link in chat early on. So take your time, and anyone who jumps in, I'll let you in immediately, because the puzzle that I'm working on right now, and I have until It's the 13th today, so the 13th to 21st, 21st/25th. I made progress even today, just sort of piecing it together. So yeah, it gives a week at least in 8 days, and this is a puzzle for all of us. Especially, I know some people. Teddy C was one of the first people to say hello in the chat. I remember Teddy from way back in, 2016. Was it Teddy? So fair play to you, bud. And you actually came out. Didn't you have a yeah, didn't you have a collection of on your channel, Teddy, if you're listening, didn't you have a collection of some of the songs I sang early hangouts and just gathered them together and asked me, and I said, of course, that's grand. Anything on my channel here you can do what you like with. I don't mind. I don't ever mean to disturb anyone's privacy when I talk about anything personal. I'm sort of an open book, but I keep lots of personal things out of things. I mean, and yeah, I don't mean to offend anybody or insult anybody. And ultimately, everything's about intent, I reckon. Yeah, let me start by just a great connection. So again, it's just me in a pub. You're sitting next to me, and you're going pretty far away. I know you have something to tell. I haven't seen you in years, and I know you came across some great sort of discoveries. And that's all I know. Far away. I know you're anxious, like fucking Castaway. Did I open? I think I opened up my one of the hangouts with my own song Castaway, but like Castaway with Tom Hanks, and you're what do you call it? You're bursting. You're bursting to say what you have to say after being so much closed and isolated. But yeah, that sort of idea for so long. It certainly requires a an ear, as you might imagine. If you're going to interrupt every 5 sentences or something, the point will never be got across, and all manner of tangents will be led away on. But anyway, yeah, tonight I think this is the culmination of everything, and I'll be doing it short, and I'll just have a little smoke first. I'll be putting the 2021 cover of The Economist up for us all to contemplate, to mull over, and I'll be talking my way through it. So I shouldn't get into talking about the first and the third song I opened there. The second song, let me talk about that first of all. It's Down by the Sally Gardens, and it's so significant in itself. I have a book there of the poetry of W.B. Yeats and just the chronological order in terms of which his writings were delivered, I guess, published. And well, a few years ago, and I read it on my channel, right? I couldn't believe it. The opening paragraph talks about fundamentally the opening paragraph of the first poem, right, chosen to represent the works of this most famous artist, whose family are still doing well today. But I don't know much about that. I know there's a big English influence, but there's always an English influence somewhere or other. But yeah, what does it talk about? It talks about fundamentally fallen trees, the fallen state, and the fallen. I can't. Yeah, this is just a by the way, but yeah, that's what I talked about at the time. I come to realize that the truth is known. We're just coming by the truth, and whatever the role of those who know the truth, and to whatever degree they know the truth, that they are playing a role, that's beyond doubt. It's beyond doubt, beyond a certain point. If you don't appreciate that or don't accept it, that's fair enough. That's your own business. Tell me what you know about it. Tell me how far you've investigated it. But that the truth is known from the outset, that's, for me, indisputable. And it changes everything in a sense, because then everything that's offered up via information transfer with intent as well, there's a clue in it. The truth has to be in all things. If everything is manufactured and manifested around the great truth, in terms of what? The word, the image, the art that we are presented, yeah, it has to be then detectable within every offering. And that's where I'm at. And that's where I've been at for the longest time. I've been following a script. In other words, knowing that there's a puzzle set laid out for us, for an individual. It's a mental puzzle as well. Day-to-day life is I'm not going to say dreary. It's mundane. That's the best way to do it. For the most part, nothing happens. You get into your usual rut and your routine, and you do it. But it's not to say that that has to be the way it is. And especially even if you are in that physical rut, your mind can go where? Your mind can go anywhere. And indeed, well, that's the power of TV. That's the power of media. That's the power of newspapers. That's the power of, well, communication in the sense, because other people you talk to will be influenced by the same things that, well, up to hitherto you have been influenced by. But, that's all part of it, isn't it? That's all part of it. And for the most part, the very most part, I should think, the people I'm talking to here, I don't know how many people are welcome to one and all. Look, I'm going to guess between two and three quarter people here. That's my best guess. But welcome to one and all. And well, I was close enough, wasn't I? Three, and one of those three, I'm certain, has gone for a shit right now. So I was fucking spot on. Two and three quarters. They're there in essence. They're they're luckily for me, their essence is somewhere else as well, or they're what they're getting rid of. That part of their essence they don't want, which is funny enough. Actually, I was thinking about the word shit tonight. We all shit. Who's look? Any of these bodily. Oh, he's talking about shit. All of the ladies present, which was about point two of those 2.75 viewers were ladies. So they're turning off immediately because he's after mentioning your shit. Right. Well, I didn't mention your shit. I just mentioned everybody's shit. And if you're going to say that, well, everybody doesn't have a shit, I'm going to say, well, what can I say? How would you know? You're only point two of a woman. That's what I would say. But it's funny. It is funny how we are created of the dust, right? And everything is sort of best fertilizer for your roses is horse manure, cow manure, that sort of thing. So it's just constant recycling. And when it comes back to what it is of actual value, what is the not to get involved in terms, ether came into mind. What is the overarching sort of force in play here? What is the driving force? And ether is very special, very specific. Without ether, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't exist. We wouldn't vibrate. We wouldn't be imbued. We wouldn't. We well, I just mentioned. I was just thinking about Pinocchio and how you had to make that journey. And I read Pinocchio on my own channel here. How you had to make that journey from the wooden boy. And I remember at the time thinking just something at the very start, talking about the Pinocchio family. I knew straight away. And actually, when I bring up the puzzle, which is I'm going to label it one of the greatest puzzles of all time. One of the greatest puzzles of all time before us here. We have 8 days to solve it, whatever, till the 21st. Because it's a culminating of everything. Everything I've learned up to now needs to be applied to solve it, to put all of the different slot pieces in place, right, and to land on the jackpot, the center pay line. But all of these things are at stake, or this is where it all culminates in that sense. So I'll definitely be putting that in the backdrop, and I'll be talking away then, playing a few songs, and what time is it now? 22:43. I'll have at least an hour anyway to play a few loud songs, and there's no hassle about that. After that, I give it a few soft songs, but I know it can go all over the place. So I'm gonna save the first song I sang, which is one is the loneliest number, and the third song I sang, which is My Heart and Lute, which the lyrics are already established. The music is my own music, and there's an intimate connection between the two, and ultimately an intimate connection. I'm entering the whole challenge, I guess, with this thought or with this sort of frame of mind between the greater and ultimate solution and all of these different influences. Um, just to say briefly, the song was by what the fuck was his name? What Harry? Sorry, I was thinking Herney, Harry Nilsson. Harry Nilsson. It's very interesting. I'm the one I say as well. That's Paul McCartney. Harry Nilsson. He's playing a role. There's all these different people playing the roles, but the roles all connect to, and connect within a greater theme. if you paid attention and you heard one of the lyrics, or one of the lines from the lyrics was like a fallen star who still works in a bar where yesterday was king. Paul McCartney is associated with the song Yesterday, like a fallen star. Then the dodo leads to Aristarchus. It turns out the pole is the dodo. Dodo is about the divided state. This is where Paul slash fall enters one of the greater theme. And well, the fallen star, Aristarchus, right? So when I bring up this 2021 puzzle again, Aristarchus is intimately connected with the puzzle. Just exactly how it fits in. When I'm not going to say we, but I appreciate any help. But when I get it, it will make perfect, coherent sense. Like any riddle, there's one. Sometimes it can be more than one solution. There may be two solutions to this riddle, but ultimately, every riddle solution is justifiable. If you have the answer will make sense to everybody who concerns himself with the riddle themselves. Now, if you don't concern yourself with riddles, well, that's a different matter. Let me post the link in chat here for anyone who wants to join. Anyone at all, anyone in this wide earth. You might be paying attention for a long time, maybe paying attention for a short time. Jump in, play your part. That's what I say. Play your part, because this is a live puzzle. This is a live puzzle. Let me just say the harmonica. So the second song, that's why I see how I can get diverted away. The song was Down by the Sally Gardens by W.B. Yeats as the initial poem, and then it was turned to music. I don't know who released it initially, and it's a lot softer and slower, sort of temper to it. So that sort of version or take on it, I would say, is pretty unique to me, especially with the harmonica. And that harmonica it's grand. It's like 18 quid, and I know how to. Not that I know how to. I fucking know what I was going to say. I know how to take off the back of it. I know how to use a screwdriver. You should take it off and you sort of clean it. But in order to tune it up, you need a little sort of file. And I don't have that at the minute. So I need to get working that next. But yeah, sorry for the discord, I guess. The guitar is pretty much tuned up. But the song itself, I love it. And there's a great sort of sentiment to it as well. A sort of a very poignant sentiment and applicable sentiment to all of us. This life is a struggle. If you love life, or not if you love life, if you're having a great life, you're doing something wrong. You are doing something wrong. Because there's so much that is wrong in the first place. It's a false happiness. And remember, though, it's a false contentment. You know it. The greater you knows it, though. We can't fool ourselves. So that's what I mean by that. But of course, I wish everybody and everything the best of happiness. Maybe that's where we're going. That's where we're approaching, and maybe ultimately, when we consider maybe what time is, which I think is an illusion, that's where we're already at. Yeah. So, yeah. So lots to talk about. I've loved the links opened, and yeah, there's no time limit. So I'm just going to definitely squeeze in a few songs and. Let me see how it works if I partially share the screen. So you can still have me on screen, and the main theme of the night as well is to have this. Okay, share screen. No, I better just share the entire screen. But see, I think I still. Oh yeah, I know how to sort it out here. Okay. I don't want to fuck up the internet like I did last. I fucked up the world the last time, and I stand by that, because if I didn't do anything, if I didn't press stop on YouTube, it would just kept going, even though all live interaction was gone. So I wasn't affecting the outcome, but it would have just kept going forever and ever, as long as it was like electricity supplied to the computer. So I reckon that was the day that the world was finally finished, definitely. So now we're in a new realm, and well, can you feel the love? I felt loads of love today, honest to God. Two people came over and gave me €5 as a contribution. Brilliant. I mean, very quiet in Limerick, and there's no words are insignificant. So many great stories go untold, and they just go experienced by oneself, But that was fantastic, And there were two foreign people as well, and they just really enjoyed the music, and they just leave it there and move on. But more special was some of the interactions I sort of had just visually with children walking up who look around and or you know, notice me passing and they take an interest. And you know, I love children anyway. So there's a sort of interaction and I guess a little appreciation, right? So that makes me feel good as well. And yeah, it's all of these little moments that sort of add up to well, what a good memory, a good time, especially when everything is genuine, especially when there's nothing sort of untoward. When I sing songs or when I'm talking like this, you go, oh, look at that creep. People think around here there must be something wrong with him because not saying people think like that, but there's something wrong with him because he talks to children. It's the fucking worst thing you ever heard, isn't it? It's the worst thing you ever heard. Molly across the road came over yesterday actually, and her dad was just came out shortly afterwards after she saw me, and I sort of felt it as well, which is terrible. Like that, I knew she was running over to give me a hug, but what are you supposed to do? It maybe looks a certain way. I don't want to have anyone thinking anyway, but of course I talked to her and I love her like I always do, which is as a neighbor and as a beautiful girl of a neighbor. But yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? The number of encounters I had today, I was about busking for about 3 hours, but yeah, I couldn't explain it to you. There was so many of them. And most of them were just passing and fleeting, you know what I mean? I started talking about yesterday, and honestly, well, not that I knew, I was thinking, something's going to happen now. A beautiful woman is going to, something like, and I knew it was along those lines. A beautiful woman is going to come over and just, you know, whatever. I don't care about the money. I mean, it's not about that. But it's just going to sort of make a difference. And about a half an hour before I finished busking, an absolutely drop dead, gorgeous, beautiful woman came over with lovely flowing curly black hair and sort of perfect in every way. Just came over, and as she was approaching, I didn't sort of notice her at first. I didn't like spot her up the road or anything. It was only within I suppose about 10 yards of me that I noticed this beautiful woman walking towards me, and I noticed she was looking in my eyes as well, and a wonderful smile on her face. And she made a contribution. I don't know what it was. I mean, it doesn't matter, but that made my day, and I sort of knew it was coming as well. And that's when it arrived. I said, "That's what I fucking knew was coming." But little things like that, and she goes her way. We're ahead, and how she's doing now. We don't keep in touch. I don't have like TikTok or Twitter. They don't have these. Actually, let me share the okay. What I meant to do. Okay, let me share this for your perusal because it's going to be up a lot. There you go. Now I think I better put this down in sort of miniature for the moment. Okay, but see the thing is, if I put this nearly full screen, okay, okay, so you'll still be able to see me. That's cool then. So you can still see me on screen. Well, this is what we're this is what we're considering once again. This is the main purpose of everything, and I made a few different sort of. So I'm glad you can see me on the left side as well. So I can sort of sing away and act the fool away, but at the same time, I can talk about this as well, and I can actually look at it as visually, sort of take it all in, and well, who knows what's going to occur as well, you know. So again, I'm going to be on a good while. Let me just finish about the second song while this is up on the screen. The second song, WB8's, yeah, Down by the Sally Gardens, and it's a very poignant song as well. And I have ideas what it actually represents. Down by the Sally Gardens, we have a yeah, a divide. We're born into a divided state. This is ultimately what the bottom line, what it all sort of boils down to. We, male, female, torn from one in this divided state. And within that separated state, as a male or as a female, we have component aspects to us. We have the immaterial center, which is the brain center, which we can all relate to. We have the material center, which is the groin or the gut center. And then we have the heart center, which is the sort of bridge between the both, right? So this is why we live on Earth, which is an anagram of heart. But all is not quite natural, all is not quite as it seems. We are in this divided state. So coming to realize that, we'll understand the association between the word earth and heart. And I mentioned ether earlier on. This is the bridge between the two, the external and the internal. This is a magical realm. There's no other way of putting it. This is a magical realm. And in a sense, you have all the power to determine. That's what it is. You have all the power to determine. And if understanding gets you anywhere, well, it will take you places to, well, understanding yourself, I guess. Um, when I look at an image like this that's on screen, it constantly saying to us, don't complicate things, don't over sort of analyze stuff. Don't be paying too much attention to the mainstream media or the conspiracy gossip or any of that sort of stuff to a big degree. You have to know about some of it. But when it comes to these ingrained or inlaid puzzles, and especially on magazines of such a significance, and this is the world stage significance, well then, yeah, the truth has to be accessible to all. So this is like, yeah, a challenge. We have to become childlike, think in simplistic terms. And well, one of the massive clues for us is follow the arrows, follow the pointers, and immediately you can see a few pointers on screen. So just bear that in mind. That's all I'm saying. I'll reveal, or I'll express my thoughts more on some of the other things that I've considered. And once again, it's not solved. The minute I solve it, I will of course let you know. Um, okay, let me um, let me have a cigarette. Let me have a cigarette. I can talk away about. Um, so this is the heart. Let me just say about Down by the Sally Gardens by W.B. Yeats. Yeah, this is getting to the heart of physicality, this physical desire, this physical drive, and it's all a drive stemming from lacking. We have been pulled apart, male from female. This is why this is the natural state of union. And this is why homosexuality is abhorred. Not because whatever whatever two individuals get up to with their own free will is anyone's business. No, no. It's what's actually been exchanged, I guess, between two individuals. What the potential of that exchange could turn out to be. I think that's the more important point here. So, yeah, Down by the Sally Garden certainly deals with that. And or maybe at some future point, bit of accompaniment. I definitely release that song with a harmonica in tune. Like guitar sounds good enough, and well, a few little more details added, etc. But basically, the bones of the song I sang tonight. So I won't talk about the first and the third song. The third song is not quite yet because it features here as well. Yeah, but yeah, one is the loneliest number by Harry Nilsson, and my conspiracy theory is that well, Paul McCartney slash Paul McCartney is Harry Nilsson or was Harry Nilsson, and was just playing the role. And there's no greater example. This is why I chose this song as well. And in the song itself, one is the loneliest number by Harry Nilsson. If you want to Google it or if you want to YouTube it, you'll see him sitting by a piano and well, you decide. And once again, reference in the song like a fallen star who still works at a bar where yesterday is king. Yesterday was Paul McCartney's song. Fallen star. Paul McCartney's the dodo. The dodo led to Aristarchus. Aristarchus is the divided tree of life. We are that fallen angel, right? Fallen star. An angel with a wing, with his wings or its wings clipped, falls to the ground. We literally have our wings clipped when our divided state, our united state, male and female connected. We have wings. I have no qualms about that. I can fly. Fly. That's why I put in the description. I believe I can fly. Evidently. And you know what? In a way, I think inherently, intrinsically, the minute I knew there was a creator, I knew I had wings because I knew the creator loves me, and he wouldn't put me in this oppressed and downtrodden and laborious and I could go on now. Give me a bit of time. I could keep going on. I'll go on. Sure, there's no hurry. Fuck it. We're on StreamYard time. I had 5 minutes to play with friends, and I turned that into 9 hours. That's fucking magic. It's weighty, right? This incumbent, this encumbrance is better. This encumbrance, this belaboring, this quashing. That's a good one as well. Quashing with the oppressive gravity, right? It's quashing of the human form. But anyway, I'm happy enough with that. Give me a minute. Give me a minute more. Give me a little bit more. Friends, the green sky is appearing again. And just as twilight sort of comes and goes, the green sky appears again, and it's most prevalent at night time. You can't really see it during the day, but it's still there. This energy that's causing this emanation, this different collection of information to my senses for me. It's a green sky, and yeah, that's the southern sky, and that's amazing. As I look south, I'm just slightly above the equator. And all the equator is telling us about the highest point along the outer barrier. So we're in a bi-barrier sort of system. But that barrier, the outer barrier again, I'm not talking about upwards outer barrier, but it expands all the way around. I'm not quite sure it does, but the outer barrier we're under when it comes to ground level, it begins low at the north, rises highest at the equatorial areas, and lowest at the southern peripherals as well, like a collapsed half bubble top. Think about it in those terms. Collapsed half bubble top. So yeah, some energies have changed. I've been saying for the longest times, ARISTARCHUS energies have increased. ARISTARCHUS is the tree that's intact the other side. So this side, we're living on the divided tree, the stump of the tree, and right at the very center you have the hollow. You have the massive hollow, which represents the Mother Earth, and the mother has the vacancy. The mother has the vacancy, the vagina. The vagina. The vacancy, the vacant vagina. That's all it is. One is, see, we think of these things in terms of things in themselves. No. The male and female genitalia are one in a divided state. So the male representing the sort of the solidity and the extension, and the female representing the evacuation is the V again, right? Look at the V in relation to the H, letter H. What do you do with the two pillars to arrive at V from H? And what do you do to arrive at A from H? Right? There's a bias, there's a tendency. And I guess here may be the ultimate question. We got to decide up from down. We got to decide that. So anyway, if you notice on the world 2021 here, the images up on screen, that's all I can see on the screen, by the way. So if there's anyone in chat, bear with me in StreamYard. Let me just have a cigarette. You can jump in. But anyone on screen, there's a few sort of pointers we need to sort of follow. And keeping it simple, but yet keeping our wits about us as well. If we notice on the top, well, not the top right, the very top right begins with sun, the word Sundar, the name Sundar, Pi, C-H-A-I, Pi Chai. And the word green is featured, greening the clouds. Get the fuck, I'm looking out at green clouds right now. I just mentioned ARISTARCHUS is a divided tree of life. We're living on this side, the stump of it. Well, I hold that it was destroyed by fire, whatever. And there we have a burning tree right next to the earth on the right-hand side. Now think about it. How many people have come to flat earth realization? And within flat earth realization, how many people have come to a greater, maybe coherent context? That's what it's all about. Just some words here, letters being thrown around and expressed. But more so than that, it's, well, the thought behind the word, behind the letter. So, yeah, not many people at all. So we're right down to the wire here. And I'm thinking maybe in this world, the world in 2021, 20 times 21 is 420, by the way, which is Cannabis Day, which is, well, it's ultimately associated with the dodo. A dodo, you rearrange the letters, or not so much rearrange the letters. If you mirror dodo, if you mirror the second two letters, you get D-O-O-B. So you have a doob. So, but there's a more developed connection between the dodo bird, it never existed, by the way, and cannabis, or 420, and God's gift to man. And here we are in the world in 2021. The dodo representing the world, the divided state. So when the tree is cut, as it juts above the invading waters, a certain face presents itself. Well, this face is the dodo itself. So that's why the dodo bird never existed. The flightless bird, its wings were clipped. It existed in peaceful harmony for millions of years in isolation. And along came mankind. We got to decide what man is. So that comes back to you deciding what you are. If you're listening to some of the questions I'm asking here, and if you're considering some of these things, well then, you followed things, not, I wouldn't say to final fruition, help me figure this out. Let me figure this out if you want. But if you know already, you can't, right? If you know already, you can't. But if you're of that mind, yeah, this is your story. This is my story. That's what I wanted to say. I have, not that I know the solution, but the solution is going to be coherent anyway with ARISTARCHUS. It's going to feature in there in some prominent way. I can already see lots of different places where it might fit. For instance, the coronavirus, which the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is offered. Oxford are connected to the dodo. AstraZeneca, all stars, all Astras are connected to the one star, ARISTARCHUS, which emanates from the North Center. It's the root that's emanating from the other side that's giving us all the skylights and generating the barrier, because that's looking for purchase as well. This is what I mean when I talk about Bell Earth. Bell Earth. So we have this hollow at the center of this side. We have the roots sticking through the other side, the gong, if you want. And it's from there that the magic occurs, because we are severed. We are in the severed state here. But remember, my friends, how wonderful you are, because the material reflects the immaterial. And that is your true nature. And yeah, this puzzle is here for you to solve. You've been given the contrast. You've been told that you are insignificant, meaningless within this greater, panoramic universe, encompassing all thoughts, possibly. Everything comes down to the thought. Yeah, well, that's only given to you for contrast. That's because you were always meant to come away from that when you had the context altered for you. So look upon it that way and see where this takes you. And once again, with the most childlike mind that you can muster within yourself, not forgetting all the information that you learned, yeah, approach this puzzle. Certain things that we've learned, when I say we, it's a royal we, certain things I've learned, everything is topsy turvy here, everything is upside down. So inversion is going to be a very what do you call it, important. Colors as well. If you look at the four reels, each has 14 characters in a certain specific order. With the four reels, so beneath them in red, in bold red, is hold. So it's like we have to make our way through and change that red to green. If you look at the top bar as well, just below 2021, you'd see colors green, sorry, red, yellow, red, yellow, all the way across. And if you look down at the other side, then at the end of the fourth hold, I'm reading from right to left, you'll see a green bet signal. So once again, we can take it green and red, one representing go, one representing stop. So once we sort of pass a certain point, we'll be able to transform the reds into green. So we'll be able to move away across the board. So that's the idea. And ultimately, illumination lying below then. You see how they just where the coin, where we're encouraged to insert stimulus funds. And we have to decide which symbol is that referring to. And immediately jumping out, of course, is the dollar sign. So if, for instance, as I said the last time, last night, if, for instance, that has to be moved to the red arrow next to the globe art there on the first reel, we've got to figure out how many steps it has to take from where the arrow is pointing now. This is on the right of the screen to the tree, the flaming tree. How many steps it would take to get from the flaming tree to the dollar sign and put it on the red arrow then along the pay line, that sort of thing. Do you understand? And when that happens, then I'm not sure if you have to sort of leave the screen. You know what I mean? I think you can find. I didn't have to leave the screen in 2015, so I think you can find a pathway without leaving the screen. When I talk about each of those reels in a specific order, we can see that what we would consider the coronavirus symbol in the bottom left, which is significant as well. Sorry, bottom right and the top left, we can see that if we were to scroll up on the right reel, after that corona sign, we would have the injection, the green goo injection. We'd have the baby with the mask, and then we'd have the what do you call it sign, the question mark sign. We can go to this third row from our left, and we can see the ending of the question mark sign. So we know that that continues on the reel then, with the dollar next, the airplane or the windmill, the flag of China next, and the only way to go after that then is the to the left, which is the atomic bomb or the chemical bomb, Joe Biden, the torn American flag. Beneath the American flag, I say that's a quaver symbol, but you might disagree. And beneath that, then we go to the far right column where we have the the chart there, and then the flaming tree, and then the camera symbol. Do you understand that that has to be the order? So we just got to decide. Well, I guess two things you have to decide. What did you agree with me first of all that on the second column, so we're talking from the left as well, below the torn American flag, stars and stripes, Uncle Sam, America. Do you agree that that's a quaver symbol, an eighth of a note symbol? I think it is, but if you think it might be something else, let me know as well. That adds up then. That gives us 14 symbols and four reels. I was just thinking, right? I was just thinking, as I was doing some busking yesterday, I was just in the middle of singing my Corona's a Hoax song, and next minute ambulance pulled up right adjacent to where I was singing in the central streets of Limerick, and he couldn't move because the lights were on red. Remember, red is for stop and green is for go. But ultimately, bearing in mind, right, everything is inverted here, so yeah, lots of different factors to consider. This is the culmination of our efforts. So we have to sort of apply everything we've learned up until now. But the two ambulance attendants, the driver and these what do you call it? They didn't know where to look. They didn't know where to look. And there they were dealing head first in all the chaos of all the people who are struggling desperately, who have perished, and no disrespect to anyone, of course, but who have perished and who have, who have just, well, just been so severely affected by this massive pandemic that is obviously decimated population because it hasn't. I don't think no one's dying from pneumonia anymore. They put all the numbers down to corona, and that's from my neighbor as well, Paddy next door. I mentioned this a good while ago. He said, "I think you're brainwashed." I said, "That's fair enough." He said, "I'll give you one thing though." He said, "I've been looking up the numbers and." 2 years ago and the year before, there was 8,000 people who died from pneumonia in Ireland. And this year and last year, no one died. And I said, well, Paddy, call me brainwashed so easily. Not quite like this. But I said, but, you do the math. You put the pieces together. So anyway, there were the two ambulance people. I didn't know what to do. And all they could do was laugh. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Because I wasn't stopping singing. Yeah. It's absolutely amazing, though, that at the top right hand corner of this, the greatest puzzle in history to this point, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that, I'm looking out at something that's greening the clouds, because the clouds are green. And again, that's to the south side, but to the north side, the clouds are more purple, or that's what that hue is given off. So this is pretty significant as well. When we think about the rainbow with the green center, a rainbow isn't an arc. A rainbow is actual circle, or what appears to be a circle anyway. But we can take it as a circle. But yeah, in the center we have the green, and as you go a certain way towards the center itself of the circle, then you get toward. Excuse me. Then you get toward the red. So we have red, yellow, orange, green. Blue, indigo, violet. Right, so that sort of order is important. But yeah, you can clarify this yourself. I can give you my thoughts on what light is. Light is light. Let me put it this way: light is not what they say it is. Light is an effect. Visible light, as we see it, is an effect. That's the false light. In effect, the green light is the true light. And this is what, if you've ever, if you've paid attention to, I haven't expanded upon it too much, but the green flash is a phenomenon that happens occasionally, it's rare enough, but it does happen consistently as well. But it's over a long distance. And of course, we're on a flat earth to begin with, and we're a flat surface, and we're looking over a vast distance when we're looking at the sun. And this green flashes when we actually get to see the true color, that true central coral green. This is why green is the color of the heart, because heart is where everything is broken. I guess in a sense, everything below the heart is the mother. Everything above the heart is the father. Then this is why Alice in Wonderland is based in the mother regions. And Alice in Fatherland, Alice Through Looking Glass, then is based in the father regions, and based on the chessboard. So the more mental regions. The mother is concerned with, well, Mother Earth, Father Sky, the airy fairy notions. And ultimately, well, we are two as one, right? We are two separated from one. And, well, one is no good without the other. It's not even, you don't have to be thinking of anyone in specifics, just as a what do you call it? A basic concept, I guess. Basic truth. Would you go as far as to say truth? Has to be. And here's the amazing thing. So outside of that external division, you torn from your counterpart, then there's this internal division. You're torn from yourself in a spiraling fashion. Work it out. Right brain controls the left. I was wondering how far below it went down, but it controls the left eye. The right brain controls the left eye. As you would consider it, your right brain to someone else looking at it from a different position. But yeah, that's half a brain. So within you, where's your other half a brain? It's your gut. It's unfolded out. Everything below the heart is the unfolding, unfolding of everything above it. Sorry about that, friends. I told you I was in no hurry, and all my mother's put me in a hurry because she always threatens to close the window at any time. Yeah, because the burglars are always loitering, lingering and loitering fuckers. Yeah, actually, there's been a few. Someone stole someone's dog above. No, I don't mean to laugh at that. Actually, it's very funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. Not funny. But I'll tell you, people who've wronged me in the past, I said don't be doing that, because anyone who's wronged me has sort of generally had a little bit of bad luck to compensate. The man whose dog was robbed. He wronged me. He wronged me in a big way, but over a little thing, and it was all because of his. I can't explain the situation, and I couldn't no hope of explaining it. But he wronged me anyway, and it was because he was terrified of Corona, and I didn't know what I was. I just went down to collect the money for the chainsaw for another man over Paddy. But everyone was shitting it back about the Corona, but he was shitting it especially, and he sort of blamed Paddy, a friend over across the way, for having his grandchildren in and not caring for the general health of others. So I didn't know about this sort of thing, but He ended up, not that he ended up, but he picked up a brick at one stage and was trying to throw it at me and hit me with it. And I'm standing by the end of his gate and go, fucking fire away, boy, best of luck to you. I know what this is about. But I found out later that was the story. They just had a small falling out because of the imminent threat of corona taking your life away, before your very eyes. But it was his dog that was taken. So, yeah, he rang me there. But yeah, I'm not gloating or not saying anything about this. I'm just relating facts. Another man around me was the local pub owner down here. He banned me for nothing, and he had all the evidence before him that it was just someone picked up what I said wrong. What was said as a joke was taken up wrong. But even if it was taken up wrong, he just carried it to his own fruition, thinking he had power. But the upshot was I got banned for life from the local pub for doing fuck all, for making a joke. And I said, Bill, do it. I said, Bill, if you're going to do it, let me tell you this is the last thing. I won't be in here again. But I'd say people have wronged me in the past have sort of, come by some bad luck for doing me wrong. And I found out later on, a while later on, he was building an extension to his pub, and it was a cafe house, and he didn't have sufficient planning permission. He poured loads of money and time into it. And at the end of the day, yeah, they didn't allow him to open, and it took him a further 18 months to get the small shop, really, when it comes down to it, to open. Now it's open grand now, but that's a harsh price to pay, isn't it? I have loads more of those stories, by the way. I'm banned from nearly every pub in town. And I wouldn't say nearly, and I'm not. That's not true. That's an exaggeration. Massive exaggeration. Loads of pubs in town. I'm banned from quite a few of them, though. And yeah, once again, I'm not lying to you. I can relate exactly the stories. I'm banned from the local pub. It's called Bowles. It's down in Thomangate here. And when I went in one day and I asked for a drink, and it's a lovely spot on the river, and I had lots of great encounters, great conversations, and I'd be myself when I go out. I go out to be myself. You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm talking about? I'll talk to anyone about anything. And I'm a friendly. I don't mean any harm to anyone, but my words seem to cause lots of offense. When I went in one day and she wouldn't serve me, I said, "Why are we not serving?" She wouldn't tell me. I said, "What's going on here? Why would you tell me?" And eventually I forced it out of her. She said, "You've been talking about flat earth to people." So someone must have objected. This guy's talking about flat earth, and I don't like it. See, the thing is, when you meet, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but first of all, when you say such things, you're treated like a fool. I've been treated like a fool all my life, if you want, in a certain way. Not by people who know me, obviously, but I guess people have to get to know me. But when you start saying stuff which easily makes you a fool, no further investigation required, well, yeah, you're picking on the wrong you're picking on the wrong bird here when you pick on the dodo, because I'll make a fool of you in seconds before your friends. Not because I want to, but because you were so cocky thinking that, well, I am a fool. I'm not a fool. I know what you know. If you think you're a ball earther and you're happy with that, and maybe you don't even care too much about it, you do. You really do. Of course you do. It's written into you. It's part of the sort of the process that you have to go through to come to realize who you are. That's why earth and heart are connected. But yeah, if you think you have, if you think you're strong enough, if you think you're good enough, yeah, don't think I didn't come to where I'm now through a certain process, and that involved leaving pretty much everything I accepted to heart behind. So. But that was the reason I'm banned from there. So that's it. What are you supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do? Okay. Okay. I think about a song to sing, actually. I better squeeze a few in. That's what she said last night. I had a song to sing, didn't I? Right. This is one of my new favorite songs to sing on when I'm busking. Sure there. All right. Half 11. That's not bad, is it? So we still got another. I don't even know why I'm worried, because when my mother, I'll just cooperate in the future. Yeah, turn on the alarm, far away. Want a cigarette? I just go out to the front window. None of it's alarmed. So, all right, anyway. Well, I walk on pins and needles. Well, I gaze at passing strangers in case I might see her. Well, I gaze at passing strangers in case I might see her. But the sun goes round the heavens, another day just rides on through. Way out in the distance, I know it's something like that. Way out in the distance, I know it's something like that. That's alright, baby. You're always understand. But my heart's just not in. I just run past right on by. Yes, I will. I can't teach you. Yes, I will. I can't teach you. No, I can't be like the top of it. Come down there. But I won't be all night long. When the church bells toll. But I won't be all night long. Listen to the church bells toll. Feel songs need mercy. Something I've done wrong. could tell straight away that the guitar was out of tune because my end of my voice was pretty close to the note. How close? That's a different matter. Get out your ruler, right? Get out your ruler, which is excellent leadway into the distinction between, well, infinity and 1 over infinity. Now, how great can something be, and how opposing, how small can something be? I think all of these different considerations, that's why I'm just speaking openly now. These have to come into this ultimate of challenges here. You have to come by these considerations in a sort of process. You see illumination at the bottom. If you count the number of rays emanating, we have 19 rays. And if you look at the top, well, first of all, we have the sun at the bottom, sun at the top, top right. Let me zoom in, just to show you. So sun at the bottom. Actually, let me zoom in. So as you move across, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, right? So 19 with the sun at the bottom. Now, if we go to the top, yeah, I'm sure you can see that. It's Sundar, S-U-N. So this is sun to begin with. So top right, bottom, you can say bottom whole, right? Not going to say bottom left there. It's all gray across the bottom. But Sundar, but here's the point. P-I-C-H, which is pi, first of all. P-I, which is so significant. C-H is so significant as well. We come to realize ARISTARCHUS R-I-S-T-R-C-H-US. Once we understand you are me, and Mount Meru tells us that me are you. So yeah, we are left with CH and the transformation to ST. Now, AI at the end here, this is what I'm pointing out. A is the first letter and I is the 9th letter. So there we have 1 and 9, and well, at the bottom, and the sun connection, we also have 1 and 9 rays, I guess. Is that what you call those? For me, this says that, well, we've come to understand that everything is inverted. And, well, it's blackness above, it's darkness above. We have to make our way up and around. So we're in the darkness of the void. We're in the void of the spinning ball earth. We've left it behind. We followed a certain path that's been laid out, and we understand that there's nothing new under ARISTARCHUS, friends. That's going to be a famous t-shirt someday. And I guess only me, PJ, can produce it, because anyone else who tries to produce it, they don't have the context, right? But only me, PJ, can produce it. No thing, not nothing, no thing, N-O, space bar, T-H-I-N-G, new, N-E-W, under ARISTARCHUS, and a picture of ARISTARCHUS in the middle. But yeah, once we come away from the void of spinning ball earth, well, we have to follow a certain pathway. And yeah, again, simple minds following the arrows. As we zoom in, you see it? Remember every single detail here. Think about the detail, think about the effort, think about the time put in by a sort of a photorealistic artist. Some fantastic skills and fantastic patience more than anything else. Not to mind the skills, combining one hand in hand and go into it. So it's you think about this is a work of art here, what we're looking at. It's a work of art. I would say in the true form. Because if you think about what art is art to you? Art to me is artifice. It's representative, right? It's the best effort to represent truth in the form of an artificial okay, that's interesting now. Because I mean, thinking about it, well, I mean, what is the word? What is the sound? It's an extension, isn't it? All artifice is an extension of ultimately the thought. But yeah, if we just look upon this piece here, this work of art, every detail is significant. And let me zoom in. No, not full zoom. You can see there's an arrow point, and we have the line down, and we have half of it shaded. The top of it is shaded, and almost sort of coinciding with the directionality of the sun rays beneath it. But that amounts to an arrow. Can you see how that amounts to an arrow upwards? And here we have the hold button. You see, yellow is sort of like the transformative. It's between green and red, I guess. And you can see, well, perfect. You can see green cash out. We can see green within the yellow. So we're sort of on hold. We're in the intermediate zone at orange. Green, actually, what is green? Is green and yellow orange? Oh, that'd be brilliant. If it was, that'd be brilliant. It would be, because it's so simple, isn't it? I mean, when we go through the traffic lights as children, follow the safe cross code and follow. We all understand a certain convention, and green means go, red is stop. But in intermediary, we have, well, the orange color, and I'm pretty sure now green and yellow. You be getting orange, maybe not so quite, not so much. I don't think. I guess maybe yellow and red is orange. Actually, I shouldn't even. Richard of York, red, orange. So actually, I sort of thought about this before. So I've sort of come to terms with what we've gone on with the distinction between the colors as we separate from the central green. But yeah, how do you get orange? Well, orange. Richard of York, red, orange, yellow. So yellow. Right, which oh, well, excellent. Oh, nice one. Nice one. That's how you get orange. So the two colors will produce the adjacent colors. So we have green at the center. Then as we come out, we have yellow, orange, and red. So green and yellow will produce the next color towards that outlying destination, which is orange, right? And yellow and orange will then produce red. So that's brilliant. I was right. So here we go. We're on the button. We're told to sort of take caution, and we have a hold sign above us, which means that, well, the reels are in the wrong position. Now we've got to follow the instruction, insert stimulus funds. If you want to ponder, so here we go again. So we have the red, and this yellow should correspond exactly to this yellow, the color. This has a connection as well. So all colors are significant as well. But we have to turn this. Yeah, okay. I don't want to get ahead of myself as well. Actually, you notice the way the arrow points upwards here? You notice the way that points upwards here? Right. So we need to transform. That's our first task, is to transform that red into a yellow. And I think once we transform all of these reds into yellows, then we can make our way down to the green, because the hold has been put on hold. And then we have the pure green, and we have the BET. BET. Didn't the White House just, we'll talk about ETs, or extra, what do you call it, phenomena, aerial phenomena, whatever the acronym they put in it. Oh, very good. Very good. So can you see how progress can be made? Isn't it very interesting, friends? Isn't it very interesting? So once again, as in no hurry, let me just go on YouTube. Well, actually, I'll go on YouTube in a second, just to make sure that that StreamYard didn't quit the stream after 5 minutes and said, "Fuck him. He's only going to take advantage of us. He's not paying us shit anyway." I mean, he goes on to 21 minutes. Or sorry, not 20. It's 20 hours and 1 minute. He's fucked. If I'm off, and didn't talk away to himself and not come to realize it for an hour and a half. He serves him right, a little bollocks. But otherwise, I take it that I'm just going ahead. But isn't it very interesting? So let me just go over the symbols again in order. I'm just getting the order straight more than anything. So you have to get the order straight in your brain, because if you move this up 5, let's say, or 4, there's only 4 images. Out of squeeze, actually, isn't it? Out of squeeze, you have 4. I think actually, maybe now I'm thinking it's a 3-wheel. Yes, it is. It's a 3-wheel setup, a 3-reel setup. If this was hitting the center here, this would be full, this would be full. And yeah, okay, very interesting. Another little revelation. This is a 3-wheel setup. When you have everything aligned properly, you'll have 3, 3, 3, and 3. Which is brilliant again, because I've been talking about 33, 33, and 3 and 3. So 3, 3, T-H-R-E-E, T-H-R-E-E, and T-R-E-E, T-R-E-E. It leads to, when we read it properly, understand that me, are you, it leads to T-R-U-T-H, truth. Truth. Brilliant. So that was a good realization by me. So we have a 3-wheel. So when this is all filled out, we'll have a 4x3 matrix, a 4x3 matrix. There's no other way it can sort itself. Now, if that's the case, well, that means, so let's work this out. That means that brilliant. Oh, brilliant. Okay, excellent. Oh, fucking excellent again. Excellent again. Because apparently there's 114 chakras and 2 are outside of the material body. So there's the crown chakra, and I guess the opposing chakra as well, outside the arse or something. And just hanging like a tail. Actually, like a tail. Where's your tail gone? Where's your tail gone, right? Yeah. Anyway, that's great now. That's great progress. I'm very happy with it. If I was to stop the show tonight, just right now, very happy with the progress I made, because I know I have 8 days and I'm getting there now. So we have 4 rows. In terms of the solution, imagine your wildest, wettest dream as you're down to the casino is to on a high enough stake. I mean, the best. If I was betting €50 or 50 cent, not €50, 50 cent a line or something like that, as a maximum bet, that'd be fucking enough for me. I wouldn't be happy beyond that sort of stuff. People bet hundreds of euros a line. But your wildest, wettest dream is for the whole screen to fill up at what? Ultimately, what's beyond 7? What's beyond 7? Lucky 7s in the casino sort of world. $sign here would be perfect. But you see, if you get a $sign along the pay line here, that means that everything else is going to be symmetrical, because each reel contains a certain set number of symbols. And if it lines up, it will line up across the board, right? So anyway, if it does line up along the central pay line, that means we have 3 rows of 4, right? 3 rows of 4 columns, which is so interesting. And if the show ended just right now, probably ended, again, 20 hours, StreamYard going, this guy's taking the piss. So we're just not going to allow it anymore. We're going to run him into a false sense of security, let him think that everything is working up to 7 or 8 minutes into his stream, and then we'll cut the fucker off and then let him talk away to himself. I don't give a fuck, because I'm just after realizing certain things. If you notice as well, across the screen, you have this sort of shaded pattern. It's almost along the diagonal, but it's also pointed directly at number 2 here. It's directly connected. So nothing is incidental and everything is ultimately encoded. Brilliant progress. Brilliant. I'm happy enough with that now. Let me put that into minimalization. And okay, no, I'd have to figure out how to keep it on screen. You know what I mean? See that there? Yeah, perfect. Make that a little bit bigger. That's what she said last night as well. Whoever the she is, anyway. Oh, look at that. That's monstrous. That's what she said last night as well. I Actually, I was coming home today. I was coming home today from busking, and I purposely avoided going down the Strand because what to do? I get myself into trouble. I get myself into trouble. But as I was busking today and yesterday, I met just all innocent and lovely encounters as well. But these girls are like 17 and lucky to be 18, any of them. But sort of a general crowd, and they're also from around here. So many young people. Someone asked me tonight just to go in and get them a bottle, not get a vodka. And I said, I might have done, pardon, no, I wouldn't have, but I said, I can't go in anyway because I'm banned from the off license. But the young people are certainly growing up quick. Just having a little number here. The young people are growing up quick, but I sort of avoided it. Only, well, I wanted to do a hangout as well, but next time I promised her I'll be down at the, what do you call it, the Strand, because what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I knew if I went down that way, I'd be stopped, if not by them, by loads of other people that I've sort of met, and there would be controversy. Everywhere I go is controversial. I think. But I'm sure, of course, how many people did I say today about the flat earth? Some guy came over, not some guy. When I was released from Limerick prison, I was walking home, and I met someone by Donkey Fords, a group of lads there, and I was just telling them, they recognized straight away, he's out of Limerick prison anyway, and I was telling them the story. And I met this guy, his name was Jake, only 17, 16, 17, 18, whatever. Today, I met him a few times though, but I met him today as well. I shook hands and said, how's it going, bud? But he said to his friend, this is the guy I was telling you about, this is the intelligent guy. I said, I'm a dodo, bud. But yeah, I told him about the flat earth, and I told a few other people as well, just, general conversation, or limited general conversation. Did I sing it? I didn't sing it. I have to make up a flat earth song that I can sing loud and proud. Just keep it simple. Like my Corona's a hoax song. It's simple and to the point, and you can't mistake it. You can't mistake the message coming across. And as I mentioned last night, I think I added a new verse, and I might sing it as well. I have no problem singing it. And there's no such restriction. You can't come along and not sing a protest song. Now, when it comes to the strikes that have been delivered against and the warnings delivered against the channel, it's because I think you're advising people against the standard policy in terms of vaccination decrees. Do what you like. What do I go? Or who do I look at? All the doctors in town. Look at all the things that people do to themselves. Allow whatever. What the heck has that got to do with me? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. So in terms of me singing that song, this is me, a man expressing his point of view. Otherwise, you do what you want. You do what you wish. You do where your heart leads you. And if you trust in the authority and if you trust in the process, off you go. Who am I talking to? How many times have I said ultimately I'm talking to myself? This song I'm going to sing in a second. I'll sing to everyone. So yeah, you can have that. Is that in the background there? Yeah, it is. That's a good. That's not bad there. So A wonderful green sky outside. That's all. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. Right. Let me just check in YouTube actually if I'm still if I'm still on. Even if I'm not, I'd carry on. Yeah. Oh, perfect. I'm mopping away and the sixth watching as well. That has to be in record number zone. Let me sing another song. That's the alarm in the background. Yeah, the chat. If you want to come in for a chat, let's do it. Come in and I can go on for a good few hours yet. I've probably gone for a couple of hours at least, and so I'm definitely going to squeeze a few songs in. And the alarm has gone on, and I can also just go out to the front. So I've just decided that it's easier not to argue with my mother. I'm sure she fucking knows I go out the front window and have some doobie. Anyway, let me sing a song, and yeah, join if you want and contribute. And I look back. I should look back on the messages as well. You see, that's where yeah, I sort of let you down there as well. So let me do that. So let me sing a song, a couple of songs. Okay. This is for Andrew. For Babe. I started a joke which started the whole world crying. Oh, Father, let's see that the joke was on me. I started to cry. It started the whole world laughing. Oh, Father, let's see that the joke was on me. And I fell out of bed, hurting my head for the things that I said. I love to die, which started the whole world living. Oh, goodbye, I'm just looking at the sort of distraction. Not that I'm shy about looking at myself or anything. I'll look at myself. I'll show myself. The hardest thing I ever did actually is when I had an accident in 1990, and I lost my leg. It took me 3 weeks to be able to stand in front of a full-length mirror and just look at myself. And that was one of the hardest things I ever had to look at. But I don't mind looking at anything in sort of full form. You get used to it, sort of accept it, and I guess you understand as well that what I see or what I perceive is not what others perceive. But as I'm looking at the Google layout page, we have the capital G, just the main new tag, what is it, new tab, the Google page. We have the capital G in blue, we have the O, which is red, then we have the O, which is yellow, then we have the small lowercase g, which is in blue as well, and then we have the L, which is green. It's interesting, the L is in green, and then we have the E in red. This is all very encoded, and yeah, everything is in relation. All the different colors are variations from the central green core emanating. What are you going to call it? The true light? I think it's the true light. I think it's the true light. A quote from the Gospel of Thomas says, everything is either agitation or stillness. I think we have to understand that. Everything is in constant motion. The stillness refers to, ultimately the sun. The sun is the major influencing factor. This is why Jesus is associated with the sun. Jesus is the great agitator. I didn't come to cause to bring peace. I came to what did he say? What's his quote? I came to cause trouble. I'll fuck you up, motherfucker. I think that was that was the original quote of Jesus. I'll fuck you up, motherfucker. But he didn't say I came to cause war, but he came to cause division. That's what it was. But ultimately, the division for the reunification purposes. How would you feel if you met your other half? Yeah, I'm not done with songs yet. I'm not done with songs. I'm not on my time. I'm on StreamYard's time. So I was thinking of the bones of another plan today. The last plan I made, sort of executed, and it went wonderfully. It went wonderfully. I won't go into any detail about that, but I have another plan. And I guess I have to take it to fruition. So where I'll go with it, that's to be decided. But at least I have the makings of a plan. So we'll see how that goes. And funny enough. Funny enough, it connects with what I'm going to sing next. Which, as I said, is an original composition, and it's a man expressing his point of view. Can't knock a man for his song. Most people who knocked this man for this song, well, they ended up putting me in jail for a week. But there's no justification ultimately behind it. What are you going to do? Ban someone from singing rebel songs where they see a wrong and injustice and they express their point of view, even if it goes against the mainstream, the accepted point of view? You can't do that. Otherwise, you let yourself down. And I know this is not what ultimately, what are you going to call them? Establishments like Google and YouTube. Google and YouTube, they're all owned by the same crowd. Ultimately, I hope the same power owns everything on earth, because I know there's greater powers than the powers on earth. So, yeah, I don't want to own everything. I don't want to be a millionaire. I'm in a way already rich beyond measure. Anyway. As a host, COVID is a joke. COVID's a hoax, Corona is a joke. Oh, what are you going to do when you find out they went to the dodo out? Corona's a hoax, COVID is a joke. COVID's a hoax, Corona. It's a joke, oh, what are you going to do when you find out they went to the dodo out? What are you going to do when you find out they went to the dodo out? There's a whole lot of hope. It's like a girl around the wall. Like a girl around the wall. Let the shops say dirty too. Put on the mask, let the cops they tell you true. Oh, what are you going to do when you find out that they went to the dodo out? What are you going to do when you find out they went to the dodo out? There's a whole lot of folks. There's a whole lot of folks. Like a girl around the What are you going to do Excuse me. Yeah, a little bit husky there, but it's sort of pretty late, and I sing this full blast. What is my volume up to now? 52. I put up to 52 specifically. You probably can't hear me at the window. You definitely won't be able to hear me at the other window. We're about smoking a doobie. Big, what do you call it? Not a big. Where is it? Oh, that'll do. That'll do. Nice one. Yeah, little enough one, but look, little is sometimes better. That's what she said last night. Consolation. Is that true? I haven't been with a woman in years. That's not to say I've like been with the chicken or something like that, or celibate for years. That's something to say, isn't it? Just a matter of fact, anyway. I have no qualms about expressing anything about myself. Why would I? Why would I? I talk about some very intimate things here, but more in a generic sense, as it applies to all of us. What males do with their semen, well, it's all important. It's application all over. This is ultimately what it means to be cut off. We are the fallen star. The fallen star is the S-tar. The tar is a word for an able-bodied seaman. So we can see how if everything is cut off from the natural flow, well, there might be a pooling in some places. Well, in the females, it pools in the breasts. In the males, it pools in the testicles. How difficult is that to understand? Again, within the greater context. Do you have to come to flat Earth for this? I think you have to. You have to, right? You have to have this greater sort of fundamental foundation, something you're certain of, something you're sure of. Then you can take it beyond. Because, if you're relying on what? Religious influence, religious faith, that's a story from somebody else. You've externalized yourself. You've disconnected yourself from your own story. And ultimately, when you come back to religion, the true religion, well, you will see it's intimately connected with your own story. It is your own story. Who else's story is it? For goodness sake, who else's story? And actually, you can still see my screen. So you're actually looking at the Google screen. That's what I'm looking at, friends. Actually, where's the fucking image gone? I should have put the image up. Look. Excuse my language. I didn't realize. That's the reason. So you knew I wasn't lying there. I just put on that screen just because I didn't want to be looking at myself too much just to put me off. I just probably get too engrossed in my own eyes. Now, I'm wondering now, everything for a reason, I'm wondering now, because we know there's many different shades and many different gradients between colors. I'm wondering now, to what degree does this blue here match this blue here, for instance, or this green here match this green? I think there will be correlation because Google is central in all of this. Everything is a greater clue. So remember, this is where we're coming from. Everybody's up in full screen again. This is where we're coming from. At this point, we've made it beyond. Right? Look at the surround, the darkness, the void surround of the ball Earth. Right. So we've moved away from there. We know its starting position. We know that everything is topsy-turvy. Everything is inverted. So where do we go from there? I think this has given us a clue here. Look. Now I do, definitely. So we have to look along the diagonal. So it seems to me we have to go up the top, down along the diagonal, and down the bottom then. Because, well, it's the shortest distance to cover, well, actually, hang on. To cover all aspects. It's the hypotenuse. Oh, this is all very interesting now. It's getting more interesting, but only for me. Only for me. Because Aristarchus, he was, even though he is credited as the father of heliocentrism, Philolaus was his mentor. So in a real sense, he's the one that didn't get credit for the heliocentrist sort of philosophy, this heliocentrist worldview, if you want to put it like that. But doesn't it turn out, as none of these characters existed to begin with, first of all? If you don't understand that Plato never existed, well, What are you doing? You haven't listened to Plato then. You haven't read enough of Plato. Now, not that I've read some of Plato, but no, yeah, yeah. If you don't understand these sort of things, you're going to be sort of off kilter. But that's not to say you can't put yourself right as well. You have to doubt everything. But when you do, then, right, Philolaus, doesn't it turn out that he was the primary sort of disciple of none other than Pythagoras, who is famous for, well, his Pythagorean theorem, which is in any right angle triangle, the square on both the sum of the sum of the squares on both sides equals to the square on the hypotenuse. And as we can see here, this almost forms a triangle. You see it? And particularly emanating from this, it's not quite amber, is it? I guess it is amber. Maybe amber. Yeah, I guess you could call that amber. So that is deliberate. So all of those colors are significant. So once again, taking our time through this, and taking my time through this, and not we're rushing anywhere. And um, well, vaccine. I mentioned vaccine. That was the added verse in my song. It's very good as well. I feel it. I probably didn't sing it to full power there. I sang it today to full power to empty enough streets in Limerick, but it was okay because I meant it as well. And the added verse is a repetition of the midsection preceding it, but it's put on your mask like a good little boy, put on your mask like a good little girl, take the vax like a good little boy, and then the pivotal line is give the vax to your good little girl. And then what are you going to do when you find out they went and made a dodo out of you? Ultimately, I don't see any harm in the vax. I don't go with the fear. Everything is pre-scripted out. Everything is destined for resolution. If you decide to take something and put something into your own body, that's fair enough. You can feel free to do that. Don't pressure anyone else to do the same thing, though, unless you have, well, unless you have or claim to have some particular authority over another living human being, which I don't think you would claim to do anyway. But that's fair enough. Everyone's entitled to their point of view. I'm not telling anyone to go against any instructions. Otherwise, well, who would I be fooling? Who would I be telling to do what? You do what you do. You do what you do. That song of mine, that's an open and honest song. And it's expressing a real, what would you call it? Well, I spent a week in Limerick prison because of it, because I wouldn't wear a mask, because it's a real personal stance. It's a position. I spent a week in Limerick prison because I wouldn't wear a mask, and I shouldn't have been in there in the first place because I was arrested for singing the song, for not giving the name, not divulging the name. And actually, that's part of my plan, friends. I got to go to the newspapers with this. I think this could sort of blow up. Maybe I'm destined to do it. Half the people around town know me. I reckon I'm probably the best known man around town. And dare I say it, I don't mean to say this in any way, maybe loved man, because nearly every encounter I have, it's a good encounter with people, and that's from the old to the young, from the male to the female to the transgender as well. I mentioned about Noel / Noel. His name was Noel, and I saw him the other day, and he didn't see me. I'll talk to him the next time. I didn't finish my story the last time as to why I actually stopped and talked to him. Not to, I'm not about making fun of people. I respect and love all my fellow man. He's genuine about his story, and I got talking to him for about a half an hour. He or she, well, Noel, he literally changed his name to, and yeah, his story was that he always felt feminine from a very early age. Now he doesn't pull it off. He looks terrible. I don't mean he looks terrible. If you put the same effort in as Katie, you remember I was telling you about Katie and Ennis, who had like a fucking horsehair wig. Horsehair wig, it was worth $2,000. I mean, if Noel put the same effort there, he could fool the best of us, I should think. But yeah, he's not too worried about that. And but the reason I stopped was to talk about Theresa May being a transgender, and I was thinking that, like, obviously, not to take any liberties or anything, but I was thinking that, I was asked straight out. I said I was thinking, you'd have a greater insight. You'd be able to spot fakery or spot sort of this unnecessary deception. Well, in that sense, if Theresa May was a male disguised as a female, that would certainly be deception. But you'd be able to spot it. Again, I never met Noel, sorry, before. So yeah, she said, no way. Couldn't believe it. Theresa May, I said, well, you got to pay more attention. And this is the point, isn't it? It's a shock to the system. It's a shock to the mental sort of the capacity. It's something that you never considered before. So outlandish, so outrageous that your automatic reaction would be to put your fists up or to block, But that's the only reason I asked, and it wasn't out of any, what do you call it? I've long since come to recognize that, well, Theresa May is a transgender, but not only Theresa May, and we were always to figure that. Mark Thatcher playing the role, which is the son of Margaret. I was really wondering where Theresa May has gone these days and where Mark Thatcher is as well. I think all of the actors should be coming forth and center, up to the center stage at this point. But yeah. I was talking to Noel for an hour, or not an hour, but a half an hour, I'd say. But yeah, his stories, what do you call it as well? I'm sure it'll be heartbreaking along the way. Imagine you feeling a certain way to your core, and you have to hide it, you have to bottle it up, and then you have to well, you have to face the backlash of when you do eventually expose yourself, or you just let your true feelings be known. First of all, I guess, to family and friends, and then to the greater public. What are you going to do? What you can do is feel sorry for someone like that, isn't it? If you're resisted for trying to be yourself. So that's always the way I look at that sort of thing. I try not to judge any encounter at all, really. We're in Limerick now today, and I'm very happy to see it. It's not that I'm very happy to see it. I know there's problems as well, but there's so many new immigrants after coming in as well. Since the corona went down, all the properties have been bought up, and all of the vacant flats and the houses, apartments, etc., are rented out. And for the most part, a lot of them would be taken care of by social welfare, which is absolutely fine. People have been robbed all their lives, that's all. It's payback time. But yeah, the numbers are definitely up. And as I say, I have absolutely no problem with that. It's a changing face. I welcomed it back when I was dropping Stephen, when Stephen was living with me, and I was dropping him off and picking him up from school. I welcomed all the diversity. I welcome it more now, but only against the backdrop of, the greater resolution, the greater revelation. That all be revealed. This earth is a small place when we think about it. The universe is gone, taken from us. So we are central. And I think this central sort of position was always meant to be, divulged to us. I think this is why ultimately we participate in this experience, because resolution was always assured. To your satisfaction, to whose satisfaction, that's a different question. I think before we can answer that fully, before I think actually anyone here, anyone will believe me, you won't believe me until I can solve this. And yeah, as I said, I have it in my brain. I have to solve this now over anyone else. The 2015 solution to The Economist magazine. Is there anyone else in the world who worked on it? I can't think of it. Outside of the authors, outside of the people who know, can't think of how there could be. And if there is, or if there has been, and they've been open about it, they've shared it on their YouTube channel or blog or whatever, I'd love to hear about it. And that is, first of all, coming to the understanding that it's a hidden puzzle encoded, and then it's flat earth related, or away from spinning ball earth related, and then it's part of a greater script. It's a part of a greater, series of clues laid down. It's not the final, it's not the solution, but it does contain, everything contains the ultimate truth. So it does contain the truth. That was 2015. Here we are 6 years later, and yeah, where will this lead us? That's why I have it on screen there, and I think it's still visible on this side of the screen. It's 0027. I'm just going to go for a quick, what do you call it, smoke and use bathroom break, and let you consider it yourself. And then I'll definitely go back into chat and read. I'll play a song before that, but I'll read a few messages. And yeah, forgive me if you were trying to jump in with clues or what do you call it? Let your thoughts be known on this. But yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, I won't put on any extra. I've loads of links there. I could put on something, but I won't put on anything extra for you. Yeah, well, that beats. At the front window having a smoke. That definitely beats smoking into a suitcase. Great, much greater chance of getting away with it. And yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah. I hope you've been contemplating, considering this. So we see the pointer here, right, as well, and this is also a pointer. A pointer here as well, and it's just something to be aware of. Just so we're getting a greater grasp on what might be required here to work our way through over aircrafts and under, ultimately under. I think that's important. And yeah, where may that lead us? This is not going to be for everyone, but it is ultimately for everyone. It's a puzzle for all of us. See how far you've come. What sort of you might think you're not going to be able to add anything of significance to this, but ultimately it could be the pivotal point which allows a transformation in, well, code breaking or maybe understanding. But once again, yeah, I don't pretend that there's anyone else working on this in this certain and same context on Earth. On Earth, that's something to say, isn't it? And this is no ordinary arena. This is the arena of arenas. Arena of arenas. Arena of arenas. Okay. Let me stop sharing for a minute and go into just give you a break from it. Go into messages. Okay. Let me pull the book thing closer to me. Everything seems to be going through okay, so I'm happy with that. I'm what 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 hours 29 minutes. And all I have is 5 minutes. And after turning 5 minutes into 2.5 hours, that's fucking excellent. That's an excellent return on investment if you didn't pay anything for in the first place. You kind of do everything is a price, right? Everything is Wi-Fi connected, and let me start from the bottom. And sorry about that. Anyone who's at the top. It's not that I need these. It's just more convenient. I don't even mind. Doombot, how you do? Oh, there's no wrenches actually. I haven't even thought about wrenches in ages, so that's probably a good sign. Doombot 9000. He said, "Robot voice, destroy all humans." HOO. It's very interesting. Humans. What does it mean to be human? Human. With the transformation, we need to take. Actually, which brings me back to what I was thinking at the window here. What if we're feeling blue? Where does this affect us most? In the upper regions, right? If we're feeling red, if our belly is fiery, if we're passionate, well, that will, sort of reference in lower nether regions where we feel it. So I think this is significant. When we think of the word human, HUM, we can take the upward path by bringing the two divided aspects together and raising the crossbar to bring us to the T, which brings us to the TU man or TRU man or true man. Or we can go the downward direction and bring us to the more basic levels below, which will take us to the L, which is the lumen. This is about the false light and Lucifer. Lucifer, the fallen angel. This is us. We are Lucifer in a sense, the big sense. We are. There's nothing external from us. Everything applies to us. We've lost our wings. Why have we lost favor? Well, maybe we've lost favor with each other. Well, brilliant. I'm going to sing. I have to sing that actually because I meant to sing that. Brilliant. All these songs are significant, and Which way is my nose? Have I been bending my nose the wrong way? I told you my nose was still a bit malleable. If I fell off the bed, so if I put pressure this way, it will slightly move it over into a central position because my nose was perfect as far as I could tell. But now it seems to be, and I think I might have been bending it more this way. You fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. I was bending it the wrong way, so I should be pushing this way. You see the way that sort of straightened it out? Oh, fucking idiot. No, it's still over this way, isn't it? Anyway, but I need to push it up there, so okay. That's what I think I fucked up in the first place. I fucking couldn't tell my left from my right. Anyway, well, yeah. So getting back to that, destroy all humans, right? Hate you, man. So we go T and the H and the L, with the E in the center. So this Thel, Thell. You ever heard of Thelema? Maybe you haven't. Look it up. Um, I mentioned the word light earlier on. Light is a great instruction to us. We have to be aware of the false light. If you look at the L at the bottom, the I central, the G, the H, and then the T at the top. So this is the illumination, the pathway. So once again, we have to understand these component constituent parts to our own makeup, and the material being the lesser aspect, because we outlived the material. We ventured into the material. So that's the point here, and this is the whole purpose of all of this. Not anyone's journey out. Who else's journey is it? Yeah. Big Mac Miller Lite. I haven't heard that name in ages, man. I've met so many people in the past. What people listening to my hangouts here mightn't realize is that, Jesus, spend lots of time debating with all the best of them on both sides, right? Over the years. No way, an ounce or sold per day. Fuck off, Frank. Get your arse in here. Come on, man. Come on. I'm not going anywhere for a while. We're on StreamYard time. An ounce of salt per day. Well, wouldn't that be conversation? And I haven't spoken to you in years at this stage. I wonder where you're at, and hope you're well. Get in here. Yeah, StreamYard. Just click the link, and I don't think you have to, consent to too much. Okay, join in, bud. There's the link. Join in, and yeah, well, Frank, you can't be loving my stuff, man, because I'm so all over the place. But you coming on, jump in here. You coming on and having a sort of specific area to talk about. For instance, how long we could go on about certain aspects. Let's say 9/11 media, symbolic fakery. Not even symbolic, just the fakery aspect itself. You could spend hours talking about that, and you'd lose most people because they're just not au fait with not just the idea, the truth of it, right? But also understand this beyond the truth. The anything that's easy to sort of grasp or easy to get is too easy. It's made easy for a reason. So yeah, jump in. Oh, here we go. Fucking hell, no way. No way. Hang on, you're connected now, Frank. So maybe if you're
Pete, I've got a problem. But how do I get? I've got your show slightly delayed, and I'm in the show.
Well, I can hear you perfectly immediately now. So if you just all you have to do is mute YouTube, I guess, and then StreamYard is grand, so you won't hear yourself. It's not my show as well. It's just a guy talking. Oh, Frank, let me think of a song now. I have to play for you. Oh, I have a great song to play for you, bud. Take your time. Yeah, you just work it out. I mean, ultimately, what you have to do is just if you can hear yourself again, it's because you have the YouTube on, I think. But yeah, take your time. You have the link there, and yeah, don't be worried. I didn't get to read any of your comments. Oh, no way, Frank. And let me put that on screen, because I was just talking about the gospel of Thomas today. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son and daughter more than me is not worthy of me. There's I've heard a slightly different take on that, which is if you do not hate your mother and father as I have done, then you're not worthy to follow me. And if you do not love your father and mother as I have done, then you're not worthy to follow me. So just a different translation, I guess, in the Gospel of Thomas. So Frank will join. There's no hurry. Frank will rejoin. So yeah, that's going to be an excellent conversation. So stay tuned, anybody. And I'm definitely going to get Frank's input on the 2021 cover. And I have a song for him as well. So it's 0042. So yeah, so I have a song. And that's my last beer. I'm happy with that as well. And well, not that much left. Might roll another number, but yeah, excellent. Gospel of Thomas. So if it's all, I take it that it's all scripted. The same hand, the same hidden hand, which is connected with this 2021 puzzle, Economist cover with the one-armed bandit, the hidden hand. Patricia Steer also gave a great clue out one evening. Patricia Steer's Miss Flat Earth, by the way, and hello Patricia, how are you doing? Yeah, with one, whatever outfit she was wearing, one arm was concealed, so it was obviously a pointer toward the hidden hand and a greater power in play, greater hand in play behind the greater scripting of everything. So yeah, not to destroy all humans, but everything connects. Yeah, humans. So yeah, we go to the top aspect, we get the T, the capital T. With the lower aspect, we get the L on either side. William Tell shot the apple from his son's head. So yeah, where was it going with that? Yeah. Remember I went on to light, what light actually is? Well, first of all, we were the false light, and this is the false light. Lucifer is the false light, the fallen, because it's a fallen aspect. It's a fallen aspect. That's the best way to put it. And we ourselves are fallen aspects, so of a prior state, a state of holiness, a state of connection with, well, the higher power, the God in us. I'm not sure about that term as well. When we think of the capital G, I actually saw something interesting in the clouds today. Was it in the clouds yet? It was a G and a reverse G connected like this. And I saw a feline face. I saw an alien face the other day. Do you know the alien from, not the alien, the Predator? Right? 2 S's. Hang on, I'll get the, yeah, this way. 2 S's. It's an alien face. I said, fuck it, that's an alien face. That's where they got it. There's Frank back now. There's back Frank. Frank back Frank. Is that you, Frank back Frank?
I am back, Frank.
Nice to meet you.
And nice to meet you.
Are you German? You speak French?
No, ein bisschen.
What a question. Imagine
Deutschland, über alles.
Frank, and look at the fuck off with your avatar that you're showing. We haven't spoken in, it has to be 4 years, 3 or 4 years, Frank. What do you reckon?
I'm still trying to work out how to get this.
Okay, let's talk. What are you trying to?
I've got to work out how to. I'm hearing your one thing delayed
From the same source here, is it?
Oh no, something. It's tidied itself up now.
Okay. Take your time.
No. I'm still hearing the other thing. So let me try and do this. Hold on. Have you still got me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
It's in real time as well. There's no delay whatsoever.
And I can hear you in real time now. I've worked out what it is.
That's instantaneous, man. It's unbelievable because you're at the other side of what? Who knows? Are you at the other side? Actually, Frank, if me and you...
I'm like you. I'm entirely like you. I think, Peter, I think we live on the UN flag model.
Right.
Oh, sorry. I don't know that you think the UN flag model is correct, but I do.
Well, but hang on, though, Frank. That was given to us and handed to us on a plate, so there's obviously more to it. But if me and you were to point vertically up from our sitting or standing position, are we pointing in the same direction? That's all you need to...
That's exactly correct, Peter.
Well, there you go. That's it. We're on the same page.
I put it another way. When anyone ever argues with me, I simply say to them, well, hang on, you and I share the same assumptions. For all practical purpose, everybody assumes the earth is flat and unmoving. Right. And then they bluff and fluster a bit. Well, what is it? Bluster for a while. And then I ask them, when ever have they applied a spinning ball theory? And of course, no one applies it.
Well, let me ask you this question: does it matter? Do you think when someone might say to you,
absolutely, I think it matters. I think it's the key to working out that people are deceiving us.
Well, okay. So let me just this connection is excellent, isn't it, Frank? It really is.
It's great, amazing, absolutely amazing,
delay. Brilliant. So someone said, "What does it matter? What does it matter if we live on a triangle?" Someone else said it to me recently. What would your answer be there?
That's not the key issue. The key issue is that we're told we live on a spinning ball, and that particular bit of information is fed to us constantly. It is a lie, a straight out fabrication. And the key point is that you are being told a lie on such an elaborate way. Then you've got to then say, okay, there's such a lot of effort going into that lie. What's that all about?
Right. It's like a step you have to make in order to ask the greater questions. But I mean, are you better off? Are you better off knowing? How are you, by the way?
I have to tell you, Peter, that I have never enjoyed such good health or peace of mind in my entire life.
Not well. What can you say to that?
It is wild. I blame everything on praying.
Funny enough, I just said earlier on, Frank, that if you're happy in life, you've got to be doing something wrong. What are you doing wrong, Frank?
I'm not happy. I don't even try to be happy. But even those are I guess the idea is that you're if you're feeling calm, I don't feel at all out of control is what I'm suggesting to you. And my physical health is incredible.
What about mentality wise? What about
this
world of lies? Is Corona a hoax? Of course it is, Frank, right? Or symbolic?
Well, again, you can be quite detached about it all, can't you? You can simply look at the statistics, particularly for Ireland, where absolutely nothing has happened in Ireland.
That's not what they're telling us here. That's not what they're telling us here.
Well, again, what the things they say on television, but the actual numbers for Ireland's mortality haven't shifted one jot.
Yeah, well, sure we know it. There's not fuck all happening anywhere.
Well, and even here they don't even bother about talking about mortality at all. They just it's the same as in Ireland. It's the same. It's just a case, and you wonder why they people. I'm just talking about the average man in the street. Why doesn't he? The fact that there are infections of something that doesn't cause any problem. Why doesn't that connect with people?
Yeah,
it's like being infected with. Well, what is it? You're not being infected with anything, are you? You're nothing happens.
Right, and well, I realized that from the start, and I've been saying it to everyone from the start. I even had an argument with someone today about that. So yeah, I agree, and I think it's about everyone coming to realize, Frank, that it's all much ado about nothing. So what is the ultimate purpose behind it? I would consider you to be, of course, ahead of the game, right? So do you agree that there's a sort of a greater script? Everything is known to begin with. We've ventured into this realm.
Yeah, well, probably the biggest change in my mindset since you and I last connected was that I think the last time you and I talked, I was a bit of a Gnostic, a bit of a guy that thought God was a bad bloke.
Okay.
Now I'd say that I have become pretty much entirely biblical in my outlook. I think the Bible is the most accurate description of our life,
Okay.
of our existence.
Yeah. I agree.
And that what's going on is just strictly a battle between the heavens. You know, it's a heavenly battle, and we are kind of bystanders. Just got to pick your side, really.
I don't agree with that now. I don't agree with that. I think we are, as opposed to bystanders, we are one player. We are central in all this. And remember, Frank, what's ever been in your life is you, right?
Yeah.
I know you have beautiful children. I hope your family as well. Are you well? How's the business going? First of all, is the sold
Amazing.
business?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, it gets very severely affected by restaurants being shut down and so on.
Okay, but that's all changing now, right?
Well, no, it just happened here again. Now we had it all shut down again.
No way. So this is up to date. So hang on. So that's bound to spread then. So you're saying that there's this the mutant strain now from somewhere or other that's
Sorry, they haven't identified the first one. They haven't isolated the first one,
well,
but they
but I
can
mean,
identify the kappa beta. I'm just waiting for the alpha and the omega variants to turn up. I must admit, Peter.
well, I reckon, Frank, that this is what I'm showing this puzzle for as well. I really appreciate
Omega
it.
man.
Well, I really appreciate your input on this puzzle that the world in 2021. But I reckon 21st of June. I know we know look at the number of dates we've been given in the past. I was actually talking to I'm not sure. Are you still in contact with Maggie?
No, I haven't been caught up with Maggie for a long time. I've sent her
Okay.
a couple of emails, but nothing happened. Yeah.
No. Okay. Well, she's. I was talking to her last week, and well, she's doing great, Frank. And
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
she's Michael Jackson knows who she is. Michael Jackson knows who he is. And Frank, would you believe that Michael Jackson is the dodo? I'm the dodo. Tom York is the dodo from Radiohead, and also Paul/Paul McCartney is the dodo. So there's a greater script being played out here, and well, I would appreciate your input on. I'm not in any hurry here, but the world in 2021. So this riddle, this puzzle that's presented to us, sort of representing the culmination of, in a sense, our efforts. When I say our, I say our as in my efforts, because it's sort of been a lonely trek. You know how sort of isolated it becomes when you start talking about 9/11 media fakery. Actually, by the way, what do you think about Simon Shack now as another controlled character?
Yeah. So, but I've always had that view.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm probably thinking you were always alert and keen to things. I'm glad. Do you think that actually, just because you say that, do you take the Bible as a literal tale, or is it more sort of
A literal tale? No, a literal tale. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Every aspect. I don't. I think it's entirely literal, except where it's specifically, the parables that they tell them as parables. They're obviously not literal, are they?
Okay. So let me ask you this, Frank. If you were a man 2,000 years ago, we weren't quite as stupid as they make out to be, but you followed a guy, first of all, who was, you could barely hear in the distance, but he seemed to be saying a lot of good stuff, and local reports from your neighbors said the same thing. You forgot to bring food for yourself to eat, and then suddenly you sort of woke up, snapped out of it, and found out that you were hungry, and your whole family were hungry, and all your friends and everyone around. And this guy was on top of a hill, pulling fish out of his arse, seemingly. Let me ask you a question. Would you go up and partake in that fish, or would you say, hang on, I don't know where that came from. He had some good things to say. I'm going to go back home and consider everything and go.
I'd probably be one of those. Yeah, the last one you do.
Because say no more, then say no more.
But even my view is that even if God started talking to me, I heard all these noises in my head, I would be really suspicious of them.
But look, that's placing a sort of reality outside of yourself in something, or a trust or a faith in something, a story. And when it comes back to what stories are,
So let me just finish off that thought, because that's exactly where I'm at. So what I like about the Bible is that it tells us to test the Bible. So
Excellent.
when I started saying, okay, well, hang on, it's only the Bible really that describes the earth being flat. It's only the Bible that has worked out that you have to have a roof over our heads to have an atmosphere. You know, the story that we live in a vacuum of space and so on, but we have an atmosphere. You know, the story that we're given by the scientists.
Sure.
You understand that that's impossible, don't you?
Well, no.
You understand that you can't have a vacuum of space, infinite, near perfect vacuum of space, and an atmosphere around a ball. You understand that's impossible, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And the only book, as far as I know, that describes that possibility is the Bible, because it talks about separating the waters above and the waters below.
Right.
So all of those things from page one that as a child, or in fact, up until the age of 50 or 60, I thought were absolutely ridiculous about the Bible. The Bible must be wrong because we live in an infinite space thing. It was when I realized that I'd been totally deceived about those things that I started to take the other aspects of the Bible as possibly being true. And the key one is that very simple message about the Lord's Prayer. And I noticed that the Catholics have a changed Lord's Prayer. I think the major important part of the Lord's Prayer is the bit that says, and deliver us from evil.
Okay.
Because the Catholics don't say that. Isn't that interesting?
Well, hang on. I was brought up Catholic, and it's deliver us from evil, and forgive us our trespasses. What is it?
So you do have the deliver us from evil bit, do you?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
What,
because
are you talking about the
because
distinction between our debtors and forgive us our trespasses and forgive. Yeah, that's what we.
lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
What's the alternative version?
In the what's the translation that comes? What's the Vulgate Bible?
Okay.
It doesn't have that part in Luke 11.
So what's the replacement?
They just leave that line out.
No way. How can you leave that line out?
Interesting to me. This is just something.
Hang on. How I've never heard. Let me say it. Our Father, and actually I have other thoughts on this, and you're bringing it back to thoughts I've had from a few years ago. Our Father who art. Actually, it's very interesting, Frank, when we say the blessing in the name of the Father, and actually mentioned this earlier on, as it all comes into it. It's the trifold distinction within us. We have the immaterial, in the name of the Father and the Son. The Son comes from the Mother, so we point down at the material. And the whole Spirit, we bring it up. And I mentioned about the H coming together, going to the capital T. But when it comes to, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. No, hang on. Hang on. To show you how long hang on. Fucking hell, Frank, help me out. You can't help me out because you're.
I'm going to just look up Luke 11. Okay, so if I look up the story of Luke 11, which I love the story of Luke 11 because it's the only part where we're told how to pray.
Oh fucking hell! I mean, let me try it again. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. And deliver us from temptation and lead us not into... deliver us from evil and lead us not into temptation, now and forever. Amen. I'll have to clarify that. It didn't sound a run, but that evil was mentioned, definitely.
Right. Okay. Well, that's great. Well, there you go. Well, I take it back.
It's not great for me. I mean, but
when I heard the how it came about was one of the original translations of the Bible was from I think it was from Tyndale, and he translated the Vulgate. And in that, one of the guys that I've been talking about this stuff with, he said, "Oh, you can't trust translations because in one day, Luke 11 is different in one Bible than the other. And the difference was what we just said, that the deliver us from evil part had been not talked about.
No, well, that's definitely a consistent part too in Catholic Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. That's
Yeah.
not that's strange to
So
my ear. Yeah, just can't think
yeah,
of
so
other
it's
context.
so the part that's happened for me basically since reciting the Lord's Prayer is that all of the stuff that used to mess my life up has vanished.
Can you give us an example
I can
of
give you
things that's
hundreds of
messed your life up?
examples.
So go on, give us the biggest. Give us one of the bigger examples that the things have messed your life up. And if you don't mind, if you might talk to the audience, Frank, and I'm just going to go for a very quick smoke at the front
Well,
window,
sure. Okay. So
and I'll come in and I'll pick up the gist. So continue on. I'd love to.
conversations that I'll have with people would often just go completely haywire for no reason. All of a sudden I'd be in a, we'd be talking perfectly okay, and negotiations or discussions about what we were planning to do would be traveling along fine. Then out of the blue, a flare up would occur and the whole thing would break down. There'd be some kind of event or just a change in the person's attitude. And essentially, before I enter into any discussion with anyone or enter into any room or so on, I say the Lord's Prayer, and none of those difficulties occur anymore. Or I'll fall off a ladder without any injury, or I'll, might touch an electric power point. That happened a short time ago, and there was no injury at all. It was just a little tingle, and that was that. Policemen will pull me up, and I was caught by a policeman doing sort of 60 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, and they just let me go. There's all sorts of crazy things going on. My children are talking to me again after a long period of not talking to me. My business is thriving. Just feeling generally much calmer about life, and not at all concerned about that little anxiety you get sometimes. Like you spoke about before, Peter. Everything's going so well. There must be something terrible about to happen, and that was how I've lived my life, and I've essentially stopped being that way. And as I said, that aspect is what I blame on reciting the Lord's Prayer. I just find it a very powerful and much undiscussed aspect of the Bible. The fact that it's the only place where we're given instructions about how we should pray. So I'm hoping you're going to rejoin the discussion here, Peter. Oh, my karaoke career is going okay too, by the way, Pete. Looks like I've picked up some singing gigs, which I thought you'd be happy to hear.
Okay. Sorry about that, Frank. The worst host ever. What were you saying again?
I've got to tell you, you are not the worst host ever.
What were you saying again? I was going to ask you.
I was saying that I've picked up some karaoke gigs. I thought you'd be thrilled about that.
Oh, well, I didn't hear you saying that. Why did you say it?
Because they're the things that I really get off on.
I know I didn't hear you say it because I was at the front window, fooling my mother, smoking a big joint.
Have you still got to fool your mother? Have you still got to play games with your mother after all this time?
Not really. The alarm is on, so she sets the alarm on before 12.
Yeah.
There's no fucker around. It's a quiet area. it's the pubs are after opening up. There's people down at the pubs, Frank, now, and they're singing their hearts out because they're out the
Isn't that
back
gorgeous? Yeah.
and they can't be inside. And I think it's great as well. But you should be free to do these things at your
Oh, they're
home
not
as
allowed.
well.
They're not allowed. They're not allowed to inside. They're not. You're not allowed
No,
inside
yeah,
the.
no, yeah. You have to have an outdoor sort of setting, and you have to serve food as well. So it's grand. But having said that, I was just saying earlier on, I was in Buskin today, Frank. I have a song for you as well. But I was in Buskin today, and I knew if I came back by the river, I'd be there till I would be talking to you now. I'd be there till now because there's such a
You,
good feeling. People, you buy
so
your drink.
why?
And so
I
it's
cannot
nice.
believe. I cannot believe that you've given up that opportunity to come and talk to us on the.
It's
I
not
wouldn't be
that.
able to do that.
It's no, it's not that honestly. And look, it's a great time. But I knew I would be there until. And but I did say last night that I was going to do a show tonight as well. And for the most part, it's like I'm a man with a guitar. I don't mean this in any way. I think I met so many people along there, but I'm a man with a guitar, and I started talking to other people. I'm not expanding too much on or getting involved too much. You know what I mean? I'm not even explaining this. What fucking words are hopeless sometimes, Frank? I was just thinking
Always
today.
hopeless. That's the English language, isn't it? It's just.
I
It
was
is.
well. It's not even. It's like I was just thinking today of some of the experiences I've had, and if you were there next to me, you'd be able to appreciate them. Just some of them in passing, more of them. Two people gave me €5. Let's say what's €5 now? It's probably worth about 700 euro Australian dollars. I think what's a packet of fags?
It is probably.
A packet of fags now costs you half a leg. But
I tell you what, cigarettes here have been made absolutely unbuyable. It's like it's $1 a cigarette now.
guess it's close enough to that here. It's like 14 euros for a packet of 20.
Oh yeah,
So
it's the same price. Yeah, same price. Yeah.
anyway, well, look, these things are not good for us anyway, Frank. If you're a
Oh,
smoker, I don't think you're a
that is
smoker, right?
absolutely. I am. Yeah, I've taken up smoking on the assumption that we're lied to about everything, Peter.
Oh, well, that's good, actually. I don't mean that in that way, but, well, if you are smoking, you'll know yourself after a half a cigarette, you get fucking sick of it anyway, you know? So maybe,
Yeah. No,
as a
I
general sort of principle to push people away from inhaling these extraneous, unnecessary things is a good sort of guideline. And that's
mm,
what I look at everything now. I think we're already saved, Frank. I really think Eden has come to us. I mentioned earlier on looking
I
out
agree. Yes.
at the
Yeah,
southern
that I agree
sky.
with. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Do you, man? Do you?
Yeah.
What have you to look forward to? You're happy as Larry as it is then. So what have you to look forward to?
What I think. So I think the paradise is. I don't. This idea that there's a place for us in heaven, maybe, but that I think our job is really to populate the world. That's what we were designed to do. Yeah,
Well,
I think the Garden of Eden is what it's all about.
hmm, I actually think that the number of souls in existence right now is, and even knocking it down again, I think this is what Corona is about, Frank. I think, and genuinely, I think Orona, right, is the light of heaven. So when all of these various and sundry deaths are put down to Corona, ultimately is telling us that well, everyone goes to heaven anyway. So maybe the time is up for some people, or maybe the time is destined, or the time is preset. But in these times, yeah, I think yeah, the numbers are limited, and that's why more and more families now are having one and two children, sort of thing.
Yeah,
Because
this is that's what the Jews call the guff of souls. That there's only
golf.
so many. There's only so many spirits.
But well, here's a good question as well. Now I'm not sure if you've been following. I haven't been very coherent, Frank. I realized from early doors that look, I'm playing my part here in trying to decipher a greater script that's laid out, and that's what the dodo and its significance sort of hit home with me in regards to. So yeah, I never made such a big deal. I mean, the number of things I've come to sort of find out. And look, first of all, when you come to flat Earth, then you're immediately in opposition to all of the giants of science, right? So whatever you
Agreed.
have to say is going to go against this major grain. And should the truth of that become evident, well, then you're going to take down science. You know what I mean? As you know, so this is the sort of realm and arena that we're in. But
Yeah.
we realized that from early day. We knew that as flat earthers straight away. So, but what I come to realize, Frank, the truth is always written. The spinning ball Earth is metaphor. It's metaphor. The truth of our reality is encoded within these sort of component parts, component aspects to this. Well, it's the blue marble, which is
Yeah,
everything.
I've heard you talk on those things, Peter, and I agree with
Yeah.
practically everything you say. So
Right. So, well, I mean, this is so that's what I'm saying, Frank. I mean, this is what the puzzle is, isn't all sort of completed or solved yet. And this is what I'm saying about this 2021 Economist cover magazine, sort of
yeah,
pictorial. I think this is the ultimate. I think this, for me anyway, I think this to solve this. I think I know the answer already, which I'm going to say Aristarchus. I can see Aristarchus in your avatar there, actually, Frank, which is the Triskelion, right? Which is the Isle of Man sort of crest or flag emblem
now,
motto.
now
It's
when you say my thing, that was what was StreamYard has given to me.
no way.
Yeah, that
Isn't
is
that
from the Isle of
something?
Man, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's the Triskelion, Triskalion, and I also think actually, Frank, that you're looking at the moon there. There's
Oh, right.
what?
Yeah.
Well, in a way, right? But again, I'm on my own in so many things. For one, let me ask you, what do you think about the moon being a direct reflection of the sun? When we look at the various sun
Yeah. No.
equations on the
No.
moon,
Not a hope in. Not a chance.
why not? They're the same size, man.
They're the same size, but it's not a direct reflection of it.
Why not? If it's
I think
waters beyond. So here, actually, before you said no chance there, so I have to jump in straight away. We know that it's not empty space beyond. What's the opposite of empty space? It's heavy, cold waters, if
it's
you want,
water.
or
Yes. It's
dense
the water.
water.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if there's an energy force withholding these waters, a visible force, we have this watery barrier which could act like a mirror. So depending on the contour of
Yes.
the mirror and dimension would depend on the sort of the reflective expression that we perceive here at ground level. So when we look at the
The
moon,
reason I don't think it's a reflection, Peter,
well,
is
hang on, Frank.
because
Let me
the
say this, Frank.
light is different.
Well, hang on. Let me say this.
Yeah.
Before we, so when we come away from heliocentrism and the greater sort of universal Big Bang model,
Hmm.
and make everything much more up close and personal, and understand that all of these the skylights, for want of a better term, are not what we're told they are, then, well, there's only two objects in the same space or same space that are the same size, seemingly the same size. Everything else then is similar in size, and those two objects are the sun and the moon.
Yes,
So to think that
they're the
one might
same
be a
size.
reflection and to rule it out straight away, that's crazy talk because of these different factors that we're actually taking into consideration. Right? But why do you think that?
Okay, so I rule it out straight away because the light is different, and the second less strong reason is that the Bible tells us that they are two lights.
Okay. Well, the question I would ask you there then is, what is light? What do you mean by the light?
Right. So the first part of the Bible, which says in the beginning there was darkness, and the Lord said, "Let there be light," and there was light. That light is what I think is the ether. He created the ether, and the ether is that from which all matter is brought about. And what we call physical matter is standing waves in the ether.
Well, okay.
So
Well, then I have to
it's
ask
the
you.
word.
Well,
You
what
know.
is Earth then? So what is Earth? We know Earth is not a spinning ball. So what is Earth?
So Earth is as described to me in the UN flag. It's pressed out like clay under a seal, like it says in Job,
Hmm.
and it's a land mass, more or less. Have you seen the Hebrew model?
Yes, yes.
I don't have any problem with the Hebrew model at all. We're like
Hmm.
an inverted snow globe, where instead of
Right.
the water being inside the globe, we're the air inside the globe, surrounded by water.
I go along with you to a big degree there, Frank, but I went further and, um, well, I think we'd have a lot to agree on in a sense. But if you're going to take the Bible to be a literal representation alone, outside of the obvious deviations, well, we're definitely going to digress or depart and pass. But my ultimate thought is that of the tree of life. So we have the tree of life intact the other side. This side, we are on the flat surface, the stump of the tree of life that's been cut. So we've been separated from the greater, truer sort of connection, which is emanating from the other side. And this is what's happening at the north center then, where we have the giant hollow here, a mother
Yes.
earth,
Yeah.
and then we have the roots sticking through the other side. The best way I
Well,
can
then
sort
now,
of understand it. But ultimately, everything is still in a bubble within this greater, well, it's a womb, right? The womb earth.
yeah, okay, that's a good way to put it. But that thing you're talking about at the North Pole,
Mm,
I think that's still there. We're talking about the magnetic mountain.
yeah.
The Mercator prediction is
Yeah, that's Aristarchus, bud. That's Aristarchus, the name given to the tree of life. I didn't give
yeah.
it to it. Just reading I'm reading the clues and
Isn't that also called Yggdrasil or something like that by the Norse?
Yggdrasil, yes, Yggdrasil, Mount Meru, it's all the same thing, and that's what I take it to be. Actually, is just the root sticking through the other side, looking for purchase. The root moves in three ways, Frank. It moves around and around.
Yeah,
There's a giant whirlpool at the north, right? So it moves round and around, and this
yeah,
gives us their daily sort of nightly skylights. It moves in and out. This gives us the moon phases, right? Because it's all
yeah,
about the reflections. It's all about, see, everything is a reflection of the one thing, but then it
yeah,
also moves up and down, which is spring and fall on an annual basis.
yeah.
So
And so the reason that if it turns out that moonlight is not different to sunlight, then I'm just wrong. That's all.
well, consider this. The sun is a primary focal reflection of Polaris, right? So it is more intense, more strong. This moon is a secondary reflection of Polaris, or a primary reflection of the sun. We remember that there's a cold backdrop. We're dealing with waters beyond. We're dealing with cold
Yes.
waters beyond.
Yeah.
These waters
Yeah.
are ice cold, Frank. Those waters are ice cold. And if you think
Yes.
about, I have to go back a good one. I was thinking in these terms where I was very sort of fluent because I was thinking about them all the time. But if you think about a reflection, if you had an intense flashlight or something and you shone it against a clear block of ice, and you measured the reflective temperature somehow, you know what I mean? I can't
Okay.
express it
So
properly, but
you think that will explain the difference between the?
yes, of course it
Okay.
will. It will definitely affect it anyway. You know, it
Okay.
will play an integral part in terms of what we, well, as observers or as inquirers here will be able to sort of pick up on. But
But so, but
more interesting.
it sounds like we both agreed that there's only one force. There's electromagnetism.
No, we both agreed that there's
No.
only one force is ether.
Sorry, but I'm now talking about
Ether.
ether's the medium by which electromagnetism is
No, they're
transmitted.
all connected, Frank. It's all interconnected, and the way this is just the way I see it anyway. You see, if we're living on the stump at the top, we're living on or the bottom. All of us in Underland.
Yeah.
If it's an unnatural state, well, these energies that are holding back these waters, right, in its
Yeah.
entire state would be a bubble, I guess, a complete bubble. I
Yeah.
look at it as an eight ball on top of an eight ball with a sort of a pillar in the center,
Yeah.
but or not a pillar, a plateau or plane in the center. But yeah, if we look upon it as everything, yeah, the tree is cut, so everything's sort of collapsed state. So ether, as I see it, are these emanating central forces reactionary to the actionary forces that are pushing back the waters. So it was never meant for us, and we're under these. Um, how would I put it? I didn't mean to get thrown into all of this now because I really haven't.
Well, we don't have to talk about it, but it's
No,
fine.
it's okay because it's not that. It's just that I have thought about it a lot, so I'm not being as coherent as I probably should be on it. But Well, that's what I see the ether as. Without ether, there's nothing vibrating. Everything is connected to the central
Exactly.
thing.
It's only ether is the
It's
basis of
gravity, right?
everything.
Ether is space-time gravity. This is what
Correct.
Einstein.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Einstein was a fraud. So
A
when
fraud.
we have to think then in terms of what is space and time, Frank, and when we think of space, well, this is what separates Earth realm, above and below, all of it, from well, what is beyond. Ultimately, I think this is all a construct. We have ventured into the material realm and we're just having an experience. And I think you're probably close enough to being on board with that as well. We have to do the right thing. The truth is written in our hearts. Every moment we're aware whether we're doing the right or wrong thing, and it's sort of intrinsic to us. But yeah, that's the way I see it. And because it's all a construct, and Frank, the non-existent dodo, if we're to follow the meta script, which no one else is, as far as I can see. But yeah, 1598 is year zero, year one. This is when the tree was cut. Now, it's interesting when if I consider it in
I
terms
love
of
that
biblical.
idea, by the way.
But it well, actually, what came before it. Actually, this is where I guess the Book of Enoch and they were giants in those days. I
Yeah.
mean, what came before that were all the trees intact, and of course, the Bible talks about the angels coming down and cutting the trees, right? So, I mean, the
Oh,
Bible,
does it? I didn't know
1598.
that. Where does it say that?
Oh, I think it's in Ezekiel somewhere. Somebody even
Oh,
mentioned it. If you go back to Nathan Oakley's show, maybe
yeah.
one of the shows in the last week, a guy came out and quoted Bible chapter and verse. But it
Oh,
was
fantastic.
fundamentally that the tree was, and I remember it years ago. Brought it was attention was brought to it on some of the YouTube channels around, especially the biblical ones, because it's official. It's canon, right? Um, but all very interesting. And I'm thinking 1598, because the dodo was then discovered, the dodo bird never existing, and then we equate the fucking UN map is the dodo bird, just rotated around
Yes.
like an
Yeah,
antenna,
great. Yeah.
So that's symbolic sort of references there. So if the dodo bird didn't exist, well then this equation is made, and where does that take us? Well, where it took me, Frank, if we drain all the Earth's oceans away, you have a tree stump jutting above the waters. And I don't think that's too hard for us to imagine, right?
Wow,
Very clear.
fantastic. I love it.
Yeah. And that emanating central source then, because that's the way I view it, there's a tree at the other side. When I asked you what do you think is what Earth is, that's
Yeah.
just my view. So the tree is intact the other
Yeah. So
side.
I'm
We
totally
essentially
okay with the idea that the Earth is a tree. Um, and also uh, the idea that so there's a lot of Aboriginal dreamlands. I don't know if you're familiar with the Dreamtime legends of that.
heard
A lot
one
of the
too.
mountains and so on are formed
Right,
by giant creatures that have died. Essentially,
right.
they're the fossils of giant creatures. I've got no problem with that idea either.
I did hear one particular myth of the Aborigines, which was talk of a massive giant eucalyptus tree at the center of Australia.
Right.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I go much deeper with this, Frank. Of course, we haven't spoken in ages, but in terms of my thought process, but all the desert areas, what is sand? It comes down to.
Is skin. Sand is skin. Yep.
Well, skin.
It's the same. It's the same because in a living being, your skin is actually very rich in silica. Were you
Well,
aware of that?
I wasn't, but it doesn't surprise me. So now I can see where you're going. And well, all the way I look at it, all matter is a decayed form of the original crystalline.
The original, yeah.
And here's my conclusion on all of this, Frank, because we are immaterial, we are greater than the material. The material reality reflects our true divided natures here. So, what you're saying there, I can absolutely go on. This is why earth and heart are connected, right, via lettering and the word. So, skin, though. So, what is salt? That's interesting, actually, Frank, isn't it? Salt. What is salt?
Well, from what I
Salt of
can,
the earth. Lot's
it,
wife would not be
well, not
salt.
just that. That's right. And salt is, um, in alchemical terms, one of the highest density elements of the alchemical world. Salt is essentially immutable. It doesn't, when you dissolve it, burn it, whatever you want to do to it, it will come back to itself. You know, you can dissolve salt in water, dry the water out, and salt comes back. You can, goes into the body as salt, it gets split up, goes all over through the body, but in the end it comes out again as salt. So salt just never changes its nature. And so that's why it's used, you know, people, even what we do to it electrically to turn it into sodium and chlorine and so on, it still ends up returning back to salt. It will always return to its fundamental form. It never transmutes at all for any long period of time. And it drives every process in your body. It drives your breathing, your stomach acid. I have the view that the oceans are what the Hindus call Amrita. And it was turned into Amrita when the jinn, the good jinn and the bad jinn, cooperated for the first time to shake the rocks of the world and release the salt into the sea.
A salty seaman, right? A sailor is a tar.
Exactly. I don't think that's, you obviously don't think that's a coincidence either.
No, of course it isn't. At the very heart of our matters, Frank. This is what it comes down to, right? This is what it comes down to.
It's like that old joke, why...
This is what it comes down to.
It's what it comes down to. Why are camels called ships of the desert?
Go on.
Because they're always full of Arab seamen.
Well, I wouldn't have got that. I don't think. The joke now, not the Arab seaman. No, both. Well, there you go. And of course, we know about the birthing process, and we know about.
Okay, so that's another thing that I've really got into is the this guy called Christian Remedy at Law. You know, you talk about the birth certificate and so on.
Right.
He explains how to escape from the birth certificate. We send a notice to whoever is responsible for births, deaths, and marriages, and we ask for our Christian names, which are private, to be removed from the public document, from the public sphere. And that gets us out of the system. I'll have to send you the links. You will love this stuff, Peter.
Well, you know, and look, it's okay. I lived without the legal name for years, Frank, and I'm not going to say I lost everything. It's only when we lose everything can we find everything. I have the greater potential to be happy now than I ever had, I should think. And I had lots of money in the past, but the way I look at it now, Frank, though, is all of this deception is exposed, right? And everything has to change so we can manipulate and sort of maneuver around the corrupt system and maybe personally benefit to a degree. But
no.
That won't do, right?
This is not what he says. He says you cannot benefit from that. That belongs to Caesar.
Well, are you talking about extracting yourself fully then?
It just essentially, you remove your Christian names from the birth certificate and you are just out of the system.
Yes, but what about when it comes to using,
What has to happen then is that the government,
for instance,
basically,
if you want
has
to continue on your business, right?
Or has to assign a lawyer to your thing. Well, there's, again, none of this stuff is going to matter. And we're all going to lose it anyway, Peter. You know that's what's happening.
I think we have nothing to lose anyway, Frank.
We've got nothing to lose. That's right. It's all artificial.
What I'm saying. I don't want to go down this pathway to sort of manipulate this system and just with the thoughts that the system is going to be in play. No, my brain, the system is finished. Eden has come to us, right, Frank?
I agree. Yeah.
So what do we want? What do we need at the end of the day? And well, ultimately, we haven't even talked about Corona and what do you think is happening? When you say Australia's shut down again, have they gone?
Not Australia, but my state.
Your state. So is that gone to code red? So there's no movement within sort of cities or beyond city limits?
Yeah. So so people in Melbourne, which is in the vast majority of the population of Victoria, the state of Victoria, they're locked down to. Well, they were locked down to 5 kilometres last week. They're now allowed to do 25 kilometres.
Okay, well, I mean, okay. It seems like the only reason I was okay. Well, that's a sort of a more lenient figure.
But it's still when you say it's lenient, they're not allowed to. Basically, they're in the city and they're not allowed to.
Yeah,
they've got to walk around the streets with masks on. Yeah, in the streets.
Are they enforcing the masks where you're at, Frank?
Apparently, they're not. I mean, in Geelong, it's not the same. But they've got all sorts of. Everyone's working out different ways to live. It's what I essentially all these.
Are you taking the vaccine, Frank? Sorry, by the way. Are we offered the vaccine? I'm sure they forced
Yeah, so we're offered the vaccine. So I actually found, because I think I still haunt the Fakeologist site.
No way, I don't. I didn't, but
so I still haunt the Fakeologist site, and so they led me to look at the 1913 Nobel Prize-winning speech of Charles Richter. I'll send it to you, where the guy talks about anaphylaxis, and it turns out that these we have known since 1913 or before that injecting substances into your body will essentially kill you. It's really cruel. Did you know that? I didn't know that. All this stuff about the debate about whether vaccines are safe or not safe.
Okay.
If you read the Nobel Prize winning speech, can I pop something into your, can I share a file with you or send you a file?
If you want to read something up from it, Frank, far away, but put it into StreamYard here, whatever you want to send.
How do I do that?
Just get the copy and.
I tell you what I'll do is I'll put the link in. That's the simplest thing. Wait till you read this thing, Peter. You'll just. It's the Nobel Prize for Medicine in 1913. This speech is just outrageous.
Well, I mean, when we consider, actually, what do you think of? Did I ask you this, Frank? What do you think of Barack Obama and Will Smith as one playing the other? First of all, but if we think about Barack Obama receiving the Nobel,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with all those things.
Nice one. Well, but if we think about Barack Obama receiving the Nobel Prize 2 months into office and he didn't do it, but he left then.
I know, it's ridiculous.
I'm wondering what sort of difference was there back in 1913? How far can we trust this sort of an integrity than a real, a real endeavor, a real scientific endeavor as well, where sort of hard work and genius or whatever would be rewarded and justice would prevail. The greatest mind would, and the greatest contributor towards human development.
Well, obviously, that's never going to happen, is it?
Right, but did it ever happen?
No. Oh, sorry, I'm sure it did. I think there's been 1,000 years of. I think there's been 1,000 years of Christian reign that ended and probably when you said, what did you say? 15 when the dodo discovered.
1598, yeah. So that
so I think that's when, in my world, that would be where Satan got released from his 1,000 years of his 1,000 years of imprisonment.
Did you find that link regarding?
Yes, I posted it in the private chat. How do I post it in the public chat? I don't know.
Well,
can you see the private chat, Peter?
Oh, sorry. Geez, I had it scrolled up. I didn't realize there was so much chat going on. Okay, I can see it now on StreamYard. Yeah, I was asking about maybe Good Servant. Hello, Good Servant. How you doing, bud? And so when
but let me read this thing for this. Let me read the start of this speech to you. It's just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, go on. So this is from 1913, Nobel Prize winning, informing the world that.
What's happened here? Why can't I see it? I want to see the
pre-vaccination times. I wonder when the first mass vaccinations were induced as well, Frank. So, but go on, yeah. And in the meantime, as good servant is another Bible literalist. I mean, where is that in Ezekiel, a good servant, where it talks about the angel coming down to sever the tree and take away the shade of the earth. So I'm not sure what if it's Ezekiel, but if you could find that far away.
Okay, so let me just read this particular thing where this is called the Charles Richet Nobel Lecture, December 11th, 1913, and the story is about anaphylaxis. And he says these things. First, I feel I must explain and indeed justify the use of the word itself, for it may seem somewhat barbarous at first glance. This neologism I invented 12 years ago on the assumption, which I think is still valid, that a new idea calls for a new word in the name of scientific precision of language. Phylaxis, a word seldom used, stands in the Greek for protection. Anaphylaxis will thus stand for the opposite. Anaphylaxis, from its Greek etymological source, therefore means that state of an organism in which it is rendered hypersensitive instead of being protected. And to make this plain, we will consider the example of a subject that has received a poison, and I'll add in parenthesis by injection, as he explains later on. Let us suppose the dosage to be moderate, and then after a few days the subject is, or at least appears to be, normal. If at that point a further injection is given of the same dosage of the same poison, what will happen? There are three possibilities. The first and simplest is that there has been no change in the organism and that receiving the same dosage as 1 month previously, exactly the same phenomena will result in exactly the same conditions. Naturally, this is what happens most of the time. Specialists and doctors work on this assumption when they repeat the intoxication at 1 month intervals. The second possibility is that the subject has become less sensitive. In other words, the preceding intoxication has produced a certain condition of tolerance or non-sensitivity. This will mean that a stronger dose is necessary and the second injection to give the same results. This is the case of relative immunization, or as sometimes called Mithridatism. And I'll say as an aside, obviously that's got something to do with Mithra, the Roman guy. The most remarkable case of this tolerance is to be seen when opium or morphine are used. People who take morphine injections need stronger and stronger doses of morphine to take effect. Some unhappy morphine addicts get to the point of standing a dose of 20 grams, whereas 1 decigram is dangerous in a normal subject. It has been known for persons to drink 1 litre of laudanum per day, while 1 drop of laudanum produces already some effect. These two cases of unchanged sensitivity or stability and of diminished sensitivity or habituation have long been known. Now I have shown that there is a third possibility, frequently to be observed in certain conditions which I have specified, and this is of heightened sensitivity. The first injection, instead of protecting the organism, renders it more fragile and more susceptible. This is anaphylaxis. And he goes on to talk about this time he spent with the Prince of Monaco and all this sort of stuff, you know, showing he's a royal, essentially. But what he essentially says, Peter, is that if you inject proteins like milk protein, like peanut protein, etc., into the body, the next time that person comes across that protein, they will quite often die. That is what modern injections are. And that has been known since 1913. So essentially, the science has been used to create lethal injections.
Yeah, but come on, how many people are dropping dead from lethal injections from
Well, how many people? How many
I was
people
talking to regarding a vaccine, Frank, they feel great. I said fair play, but I mean
that's the first one. But you must remember, Peter, that there are already in Australia anyway. There are something like 30,000 reported adverse reactions to these injections, and apparently less than 1% of those adverse reactions are reported anyway.
But look, what can you do? So I mean,
So
if that if
what
that
you
plan,
can
hang on,
do?
let me say, Frank, if that plan is in play, I mean, is this a plan for sort of ultimate destruction or ultimate control of the human race, which is, all of, as you quoted there, what was that from 1913? So that's
1913.
known since from back then, and it's been taken advantage of. What's the
Yeah.
ultimate? What's the ultimate purpose here then?
Well, in my view, it's strictly biblical that
Okay.
Satan really doesn't like people.
But have we not got free will then? Because that's murder, isn't it? And if we were here to be murdered en masse, then we
But
wouldn't
but
have come by
that's
so
but
many fakery aspects,
but
to our history.
remember that Satan works on deception. He is the chief deceiver.
Hmm.
He says, and those injections, people are willingly taking them.
Yeah. Well, they are ultimately yes, but there's a lot of coercion involved as well. For instance,
But again, it's a coercion based on deception. The
yeah,
deception is that they have authority over you, and you believe it.
right. It is
Or
true.
sorry, and you haven't denied it. I should say you haven't, and you're also deceived that you don't have legal rights, which people do have. But
Well, they have
one
legal and
thing,
lawful and God-given rights, of course.
and you do have those lawful rights, yes, and they
But
still
we live.
exist.
We got to decide where we live, though, Frank. We can claim all of our unalienable rights, creator given,
Yeah,
for a spinning ball that we like until the cows come home. But if you're claiming a whole slice of, well, a fantasy of nothing, well, that's exactly what you'll get. And the spinning
that's
ball
what you'll
doesn't
get.
exist
Yeah,
as given,
and
right?
as I say, the Bible also says that my people die for lack of knowledge.
Well, there you go. And listen to me, Frank. You're my fellow man, and I know you. I don't know you personally, but we never met, but we've spoken a few times before. I love you, my friend, and you take Jesus to be the King of Kings. I take you to be a king, a fellow king on this land, and of
But
this
so,
nation.
so regardless of what the reality is, Peter, in law, in law, the Bible has the protections of the Bible are built into the
Right?
legal system of Ireland.
Yes,
So that's the
I
key.
know
So
that.
whether the Bible is literally true or simply a metaphor, the law recognizes it as being literally true. The legal system,
Right.
and even if you look at the declaration of Robert the Bruce in Scotland, you'll
Which I
see
never
all
have
of
done. But
well
whoever the
well
fuck
worth
he was.
well worth reading because he talks about
Why should I look at what he says? He never looked at any of my stuff on my channel.
exactly. But again, these are the ways that you are protected. Black's Law Dictionary, the understanding of what words are and how
Right.
you are protected through the Bible is really worth looking at. So, as I said, Christian Remedy at Law you'd enjoy.
No,
And
yeah.
I'm in a group called empowermentsolutions.com and another one called Know
Okay.
Your Rights. All of this legal stuff is important, and in particular in Australia, the fact that the Queen, who is the representative of God on in law in Australia, has basically vacated the throne, and so there
Yes.
is
Very good. Just as your dogs bark at the same time because, well, now there is a vacancy, as you say, and it's waiting for the true king or the true queens on the land to step forward. Frank. And I would have just said to you, that's you, my friend, on your own
yeah.
land there. And well, that's all of us. We are the true authority here. But I'd be interested to know, why do you say she stepped down or has sort of vacated the throne? Is it noticeably so in the news, or no one is
No, no,
seeing her?
not at all. So what's happened here is that they created this thing called the Queen of Australia, and under law, the Queen of Australia can't exist
Okay.
because the crown cannot be divided. Same in the UK. Yeah, so that all of those things mean that the laws that are being enacted now basically if you understand what you're doing, you can say, well, I'm a living man. I'm not subject to that regulation.
Yeah.
And it's as simple as that. And all you have to do is avoid being shot by, angry policemen,
Yeah.
which,
Good luck with that.
which may be more
Good luck with
difficult than that. And that's when prayer is, I think is probably
Comes into its own. well, I'm not sure if you've been listening to some of the shows, but
I have, yes.
in the last few months, I've spent a week in Limerick prison.
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I've spent a week in Limerick prison because I was busking Frank, just singing some songs. Actually, it's probably gone too late now to sing you a song. I was going to sing you "Is Your Love in Vain" by Bob Dylan, but if my memory
Great
is
song.
correct,
Such a great song.
if my memory is correct, one of the last times we spoke, you were thinking of another Bob Dylan song, which was da 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 da. Hang on, what is that? Oh no, I can't. I'll think of it in a second. But it wasn't quite that one. But it's 147 here, so I probably wouldn't get away with it. But I do a good job with that. I do a good job with harmonica these days. But in relation to what you're saying there, yeah, I mean, I was busking and cops came over, asked me my name. I said, "What's going on? What do you suspect me of something?" No, I was arrested for not giving the name. Then they changed it around. But the upshot of it was I refused to give the name because I committed no crime. And well, they just sort of repressed and persecuted, and I ended up in prison for a week. Not giving the name until eventually I had the choice to sign because they found out who I was. Or else just persevere. I probably should have persevered, Frank. I was 8 days. I was willing to
No, again, this is, you will definitely enjoy Christian Remedy at Law. And I better go as well, Pete.
Okay, well, that's good timing. That's good timing.
And it'd be nice to get the correspondence going back again. I've always enjoyed chatting with you.
Yeah, okay, last one. And well, best wishes to your family. Fair play for joining, Frank. And I'm not going to keep this going much longer. And until the next time. Right?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me on, Peter. It's very
okay. No worries, man.
greatly appreciated.
Okay, take it easy.
Bye.
Thanks, Frank. Okay, well, very interesting. And Frank, very interesting man. A lot of interesting things to say. And well, let me just. Okay. So many interesting avenues, so many interesting areas to go and delve into. But just if you're listening for the first time or not sort of accustomed with any of these types of conversations or topics, I mean, everything is discussed somewhere, and there's lots of people on the ball, lots of people who are, questioning the whole nature of our reality. Whether if something is a lie, why are you going to rule out that the vast majority of things are a lie? And ultimately, it is a lie. I would like to get on deeper into Frank. I wouldn't like to get deeper into Frank. No, I wouldn't. I would have liked to, not like to necessarily. I don't dwell on these sort of things and too much anymore. But there's so much more to be said. And ultimately, it comes back to the nature of our home and the nature of our relation to our home. And you can maneuver around the system by asserting your own authority. But the system is still in play then. And while you remove yourself from slavery somewhat, your fellow man is still in the midst and the height of it. I think this is what Corona brings as well, this transformation. It's truth or be damned. That's all. There can be no half measures that if you're clever enough or if you're clued in enough that you can maneuver your way around a twisted and a broken and a corrupt system. That won't do. It just won't. It can't do. This is not what resolution entails. So, let's see what resolution does entail when these reels revolve and resolve around into some sort of coherent representation. Once again, I'm happy enough tonight with just realizing that, okay, it's not 4 symbols per reel. So I was thinking 4 by 4. No, it's it's three rows and four columns. So 12 symbols, when everything lines up, will fill the screen. So that's pretty interesting and pretty good. Okay, I should have started earlier. But finished now, though. You see, that's the end of the broadcast for the month. So maybe on the 20th or the morning of the 21st, I might be able to. Oh, well, wouldn't that be interesting now? So the next hangout I had, because I realized, you see, I didn't get to chat about Frank with this here, and he's not going to be interested, or he's not going to be following along the same pathway, and um, yeah, I realize that that is a situation. It's sort of a lonely old station at this stage, but wouldn't that be interesting? Just as it turns, not just turns an hour, 2 hours into it now, but the 14th. The 14th to the 21st is 7 days. 7 days. 7 days I've been waiting. Forgive me for a hesitator. Um, for 7 days, I'm 49, which is 7 times 7. 2021. 21 is 777. The 21st of June is summer solstice, which is the 21st summer solstice of the 21st year of the 21st century. So 777777777 all around. You got to figure out what the 7 means. 7, Seven. So severing even. Severing even. And, well, what's the opposite of even? Odd. So, all these things to bear in mind. Yeah, happy with the progress tonight, in as much as it is. Definitely, definitely. So that's what I'm set on now. So we have to come down. We're aware already. This is our starting point. Fantasy Ball Earth. We look at South America and Africa pointing downwards, and so we're going to make our way along the pathway. We've got to find the appropriate symbol to set on the line, which represents stimulus funds. Insert stimulus funds points over here, and we have the arrow pointing upwards. So there's a few of these contenders. Primarily, I would say it's either this one or this one. But more likely, I think as an easy sort of start, it has to be the dollar sign. So if we were to move this reel down to the dollar sign, we need to work out how many segments or how many symbols it is above, let's say, this top value, which look, as it seems to point towards, oh yeah, so that's another clue, isn't it, for us? This is our starting red light here. We have to transform. So we have to allow the pathway to clear until we get to the goal, to the green. So do you understand? So that seems like a pretty good clue as well. So I think as a starting sort of proposition, this dollar symbol on this reel has to be rotated around until we get it to the central line. Then we'll take note of the two, the two adjacent symbols above and below. We'll also take note how far this reel itself has to be twisted or rotated around until the appropriate dollar symbol comes into play. The dollar symbol there is with the 2 strikes as well, as opposed to normally, which is the 1 strike. If we move the dollar symbol to 1 strike, we get ISIS, which plays a very significant role in all of this as well. A few other things that I will tell you immediately, which play roles in this in my mind. Well, spinning ball Earth, first of all, we understand that that's a lie. Aristarchus here is represented in the burning tree. For me, well, Aristarchus is also represented in the torn flag, a Meru car, stars and stripes. Aristarchus is also represented in the the coronavirus symbol here. So just as a sort of a starting point, or I think that would turn out to be the answer, but it would have to be sort of coherently demonstrated as well, with a coherent path established. So all of these different holes have to be cleared. That's what I think. So when that's cleared, that will change from red to orange, and we will be allowed to move on. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 lights, so many reds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So maybe 6, what do you call it? 6. All right, so yeah, interesting. After emotion here. Okay, so once this transforms from red to amber, then we can see that this diagonal is sort of in play as well. I have to do some more thinking about that actually, because the diagonal wouldn't work, would it? With a 3 by 4, it wouldn't be an even diagonal. But this isn't quite an even diagonal as well, is it? It's not coming from this side and to this side here. So maybe keep another little clue for us. But everything, rest assured, everything in this work of art is exactly where it has been designed to be, and it encodes exactly what it has been designed to encode. So I think there's something else I remember early on. If you have a suggestion, if you agree with me in the chat, do you think this is a quaver? It seems like it would, and it would fit as well to be an eighth of a note. Yeah, there's so many things here that would mean different things to different people. But once again, breaking it down to simplified terms, we're following a clue, we're following a series of clues, we're following a pathway which will lead us inexorably towards a satisfying solution. In the meantime, until I see you next, I think I'm not sure what's going on with. I have a second channel, Peach Encore. It's possible that I can come back on that during the week if I have any progress to report. In the meantime, if I do have any progress, I will post some clues in my own, let's say, this video's chat or whatever. But also encourage you yourself to give it a go. It's your puzzle at the end of the day. It's your story. It's your tale being told. So I guess no better time to leave it than at that point, because it's just approaching 2 o'clock. Let me just see how long they. That's a long show, isn't it? It's 3 hours 54 minutes. Actually, achieved at the end of the day. All right, good servant. Okay, well, cheers for that, man. Daniel 4:14, where they talk about the angel coming down and cutting the tree. So yeah, a clue for us. And well, interesting what Frank had to say. I mean, when I talk about the dodo and the tree being cut, could this reference a point like I don't know, Noah just after Noah and that whole destruction, and Noah escaped that destruction? It could do. Noah came beforehand. I can't say. The one thing that sticks with me is beforehand, as I imagine it anyway, everything would have been different. There would have been no need for any of this artifice. I think our greater, truer abilities, powers, natures shone, and well, they involved all manner of things, from telekinesis to, well, first of all, the ability to fly. But so a different world in completely in existence. I don't see how the two can connect. And my easiest way to deal with that then is to say that the Bible is not literal in the sense that the Bible literalists take it, but there is a great sort of interconnection with the true story. And well, at the end of the day, what can we vouch for as individuals? We're going to vouch for our own lifetime and our own experience. What was beyond that, well, then you're getting into murky territory. And what can you can vouch for beyond that? Exactly the same thing. Ultimately, my position is that this story is your story. It's all of our stories. So everything that's presented to us in terms of information, well, it's all pertinent to you. And to separate yourself from the greater story, well, it could lead you astray, askew. Let me read a poem. Let me read a poem before. Oh, okay, hang on. High Plane Drifter says, wait, the Earth is a tree? Yeah, the Earth is a tree. The tree is intact the other side. This side, we live on the stump of the tree. More so, that tree is named as Aristarchus. That's the divided tree of life. You mightn't like it, but hey, Aristarchus is an anagram, a good servant. I mentioned this before. Anagram of Sirach and Tarsus. Paul was from St. Paul was from Tarsus. Jesus's bulldog. That's who St. Paul was, right? He was the big pusher of Christianity. Paul was from Tarsus, but he had a loyal follower, without whom the Apocalypse of St. Paul couldn't have been published. As far as I've been following the little clues anyway, it's yeah, and that the name of that follower, loyal servant, he was a wealthy loyal servant as well. Well, it was none other than Aristarchus. If you look at the book of Sirach, it's narrated by Jesus, a Jesus character, and family. His father is Jesus as well. Um, Aristarchus, anagram of Christ's aura, Christ's golden son, Aura. So, yeah. Uh, yeah, how much can we vouch for at the end of the day? And well, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. It's your story being told here, and well, should you care to get involved? Should you care to ask pertinent questions? Well, maybe all will be revealed to you. I don't know. Okay, let me instead of singing a song. Yeah, actually, I'll do that. Because I talked about it briefly. So yeah, I'll leave you on the poem then. So I opened up with the song earlier on. It's Down by the Sally Gardens by W.B. Yeats. Down by the Sally Gardens, my love and I did meet. She passed the Sally Gardens with little snow white feet. She bid me take life easy, as the leaves grow on the trees, but I, being young and foolish, with her did not agree. In a field down by the river, my love and I did stand, and on my leaning shoulder she placed her snow white hand. She bid me take love easy, as the grass grows on the weirs, but I was young and foolish, and now am full of tears. Down by the Sally Gardens, my love and I did meet. She passed the Sally Gardens with little snow white feet. She bid me take life easy, as the grass grows on the weirs, but I was young and foolish, and now am full of tears. Okay. Good night, my dear friends. Until the next time, thanks for tuning in. Farewell to all, and I love you, my Steve.